Good evening. In about 1 minute, we'll start. Full Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas Commission meeting. Today is June 6, 2024. Before I call the meeting to order, I want to announce that some commissioner staff and the public are attending remotely via Zoom, by phone, or on site. All participants joining by phone should please mute your phones at this time when not speaking to avoid any background noise. During the meeting, please make sure that you announce yourself by name and title every time you speak, so the public that is observing knows exactly who is speaking. Also, please make sure that you speak directly into the microphone so that the public can hear your comments and an accurate record of this meeting can be made for our clerk. This is critical given the number of remote participants and its current guidance from the Kansas Attorney General's office. If public comments are allowed on the agenda item, comments should be limited to the topic of that item for discussion. Per the Commission Rules of Procedures, comments should not include any rude or derogatory remarks, reflections as to integrity, abusive comments, and statements as to motives and personalities, and disorderly conduct is strictly prohibited in the chambers. I will now call this meeting to order. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call. Lopez.
Here.
Stites. Here. Davis. We have an absence memo. Bynum. Here. Burrows.
Here.
Townsend. We have an absence memo. Burns.
Here.
Ramirez.
Here.
Hill.
Here.
Kane.
Here.
Garner.
Here. Thank you, clerk. Tonight, we're going to have an invocation. It's going to be given by Stella Ruiz of Oak Grove Christian Church. If she can come forward, and I ask everyone to please stand. After the prayer, we will follow it by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good evening. Shall we pray? Gracious Creator, thank you for every seat that's filled here today and for every mind and heart that fills the presence of this room. Lord, each person has an idea and a vision, but you can see perfectly into each detail and the outcome. Your righteousness transcends all our efforts and understanding. Set us free from comparison in order to work together. Bless this meeting today and all those that work so hard to help our city function and keep us safe. Lord, may we not only receive your blessing today, but let us remember to be a blessing to others. In your precious name we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Sister Royce. Appreciate the invitation. Clerk, are there any revisions to tonight's agenda?
Yes, Mayor, there are several revisions. An agenda update was issued, adding a new item number 10 to the under the administrator's agenda, item number 1, a resolution with the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 53. Under the mayor's agenda, we added documentation for Mayor Kahar's presentation. Public hearing agenda, we added a presentation for the budget process. And under standing committee's agenda, we updated the resolution and presentation from standing committee. Those are the only revisions.
Thank you, clerk. That takes us to the mayor's agenda. Clerk, I believe we have 1, 2, and 3 items, which are all proclamations, if you can read those.
Proclamation. Now therefore, I, Tyrone Garner, Mayor CEO of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, do hereby proclaim June 7th, 2024 as National Gun Violence Awareness Day in Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas. Proclamation. Now therefore, I, Tyrone Garner, Mayor CEO of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, do hereby proclaim June 9, 2024 as Mount Carmel Church of God in Christ Day in Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas. Proclamation. Now therefore, I, Tyrone Garner, Mayor, CEO of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, do hereby proclaim the month of June 2024 as Raising KC Month in Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas.
Thank you, Clerk. And that takes us to item number 4. This is an exciting item for me. Many of us know Mr. Chester Owens and his wife, Lily Owens. They spent numerous years in Wyandotte County, decades to be exact, freedom fighting, pushing for equity, equality, diversity, inclusion, fighting for just causes. Countless boards and commissions and committees that they've served on, working in neighborhood groups. The amount of volunteer hours that are put in are countless. When you talk about just volunteering and loving and caring about not just this community, but people. And that's what Mr. Chester Owens and Lily Owens embodied. What brings us here today is after decades of service, tireless service and commitment to the people here in Wyandotte County, Chester Owens will be leaving our community to live with his daughter. And he will, I think I speak for everybody that knows and loves Chester Owens, he will dearly be missed. He is one of the last historians. We've lost Mr. Lauren Taylor last year, and he was near and dear to our hearts. And Chester worked with him closely on trying to just secure the history and some of those great things that we know reflect Wyandotte County in Kansas City, Kansas. And Chester, when he does leave, it will be a vacuum. And I just thought it would be fitting if we take this opportunity to really recognize Chester Owens and champion his life and all the work that he's done here for so many people. He sat right up here at one time as a city councilman, putting in hours, putting up the good fight, fighting that good fight. I believe there was a well-known gentleman that was part of the national congressional, they said, getting us in some good trouble. And that good trouble brought about good results for so many people. And Chester really fought hard, him and his wife. And so I'm proud tonight to recommend to this commission that we name a street after Chester and Lily Owens for their service. So I'm just going to go quickly just on a few insights on Mr. Chester. But before I start there, how I met Chester Owens was on the police department. And I was over community policing, and deputy chief at that time had introduced me to him, and I got to know Mr. Owens over the years and built a real good relationship. And I call Chester Owens not just somebody that I know, but I call him a true friend. A true friend that I love and respect. I got to know his wife, and that love and respect was so close. She would often call me at times and just talk to me, and I knew I could call her, and I could do the same with Chester. I knew that if I wanted to learn anything about the history, not just of the police department, but of Wyandotte County and Kansas City, Kansas, Chester always made time. He never told me he didn't have time. And he didn't just do that for me. He did that for anybody that called upon him because he loved sharing information and spreading that history because it was lost. But I met him and I learned something real quick. And I don't know if Chester remembers this, but I made the mistake of calling Chester a politician. And Chester said, wait a minute. He said, young man, he said, I know I served as a city councilman. But he said, I am not a politician. And he said, one day you're going to know the difference because there's a difference between a politician. He said, what I am is an elected official, and that's what I will always be. And he said, get to know the difference. And it's just ironic. I sit here as your mayor, and that word of advice has really just sat true to me. And so I really tried to see myself as not a politician, telling people what they want to hear, but telling people what they need to know, and not saying a whole bunch of something without saying nothing, but also saying things that are meaningful, impactful, and hopefully life-changing and educational. And so thank you, Chester, for that word of wisdom you gave me early on when I first met you, because I use that today. Chester Owens, Chester C. Owens Jr., a resident of Kansas City, Kansas, graduated from Sumner High School in 1949 and received a Bachelor's of Science degree in Business Administration from Pittsburgh State University in Pittsburgh, Kansas. His professional career includes more than 50 years of board membership, leadership roles, various capacities, as well as religious and fraternal organization memberships. He successfully owned and operated the HW Sewing and Company Incorporated, an independent insurance agent for more than 30 years, and sold the company in 1998 at the time of his retirement. In 1983, Chester Owens was elected to the Kansas City, Kansas Council as the first African-American elected to this city government in the 20th century, and served honorably for 2 terms before deciding not to run for re-election. He was and remains an advocate for justice in the past civil rights movement, which including ongoing collaborations with Dr. Martin Luther King. And a lot of people don't know that he was instrumental in bringing Martin Luther King right here to Kansas City, Kansas, as well as being an active participant in today's movements for justice, equality, and equity. It was Mr. Owens' relationship that garnered Wyandotte County that visit by Dr. King. And that is something that is a historic moment for Kansas City, Kansas in the civil rights movement. Mr. Owens is a very well sought after historian in African-American history with emphasis on the African-American community, specifically in Wyandotte County, Kansas, and the African Methodist Episcopal Church. In October 2019, Mr. Owens was selected as one of the history makers, the nation's largest collection of African-American video oral history collection by the Library of Congress in Washington, D.C. His oral and written life accounts are also housed in libraries across the country. Mr. Owens and his late wife, Lily, devoted their lives to fighting for civil rights, social justice, breaking down barriers, increasing access to justice, opportunities, and hope, and addressing racial inequalities, not just in Wyandotte County, but across this great nation. Mr. Owens' courage, thoughtfulness, and strategic risk-taking on behalf of the voices, and oftentimes the voiceless in our community, represents his commitment to the cause of civil rights, equity, and inclusion in Wyandotte County and beyond. And it reflects positively upon himself, his lovely wife, and all his work over the years and for decades, not just to himself, but for everyone that believes in equity, justice, opportunity, and hope, and that loves and calls Wyandotte County home. And for that, I want to say thank you, Mr. Owens, as your mayor, for everything you've done. We love you. We will miss you, but know that you will forever be in our hearts, and your memory will not be lost upon this community. So thank you for all that you've done for Wyandotte County. I think that deserves a round of applause. At this time, clerk, I'm going to open the floor. And clerk, I'll let you give the instructions to anybody that's here in person or virtually.
At this time, anyone who would like to make public comment in honor of Mr. Owens, if you could please come to the podium, state your name and city of residence for the record. You'll be given 2 minutes to make your comment.
My name is Carol Marinovich, and I had the honor of serving on the city council. We had many discussions about our community and how we can best serve it. And I have to say, he had a real influence on me. And Chester, is it okay if I share the story you told me tonight? Is it okay? Well, tonight, I remember have so many fond memories of Chester. And he said the one thing he remembers about me is at that time, I was the only female on the governing body. And there's a restroom over here. Some of you don't know. And I kind of complained to the gentleman on the governing body to please put down the lid after they used his toilet seat. And Chester said to this day, he still puts down the lid on the toilet seat. But it was a real pleasure and honor. I learned so much about the community from Chester. And it's just a good opportunity for me to say, thank you, Chester, for your friendship.
Thank you, Carol. Thank you.
My name is David Meditz, and I live at 12801 Sewell, Kansas City, Kansas. I'm a past president of the Wyandotte County Historical Society and a present elected historian for the county. I've served on a number of commissions here within the unified government. Chester's always been a friend for as long as I can remember. He has helped us and helped this community tremendously, protecting its history. But I leave this one thought with you. Chester and I have talked, etc. I've done presentations and he has too. And I said one time that, well, this particular group was forgotten. He corrected me and he says, no, they aren't forgotten. And it made me think about those African-American individuals that I was talking about. And I reflected on that, reflected on it. And I went, he was right. They aren't forgotten. You can't forget something you don't know existed or about. Thank you, Chester Owens, for trying to keep those memories and the heritage of this county alive.
Mayor Garner, members of the commission, those that are gathered here, good evening. I'll keep it brief. Name is David Haley, resident around town in different parts of the city. Come this evening to join in what I thought were some exemplary remarks, Mayor, that you made on this historic day. It's C Day, a memory of C Day. Some say it's D Day, it's C Day, because Chester Owens Day, and to remember what Chester Owens has meant to this community here. It's interesting hearing former Mayor Marinovich, who bested me for the first mayor CEO 27 years ago for the first race. She and I were in that contest, and Mayor, I'm glad you won here now. I'll say that publicly. And I also agree now that many of the changes that have been forged have come into being, and the fruition of which we're now heir to are because of Mr. Owens and Mrs. Owens, Lillian Owens, and what they have done and the vision and the foresight that they've given to this community, in and around this community. Mr. Owens has been a mentor to so many, certainly to me personally growing up. As a kid playing at Douglas Bank, my dad's law office was, Mr. Owens had the insurance company and others that were there. And he's always been a mentor, the Cub Scout group, during the Cub Scout group at our church. And I've always looked up to him. I've always looked at the way he forged ideals. He is our modern griot today. I know my time is short. There are others that want to speak. But what you're doing here today by this is we are very sorry to see our griot, our mentor, leave this area, is to remember that in this time and in this space, for those of us that love Wyandotte County, for those of us that have been here for its fruition and its development and that helped forge the way, we owe a tremendous debt of gratitude and remembrance. I just wanted to add my voice to those that have been and those that will be, to say thank you to Mr. Owens and thank you to this commission for this consideration, that there'll be some permanent remembrance that will be vested by Mr. Owens and Mrs. Owens for what they've done to this community in their time and in their space. With God's grace, they've made Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, a very proud and beneficial place to live.
Well, I don't know how I always get to have to speak behind this guy. I started to jump in front of him, but he's a politician and an elected official. Public servant also. My name's Daryl Hall. I'm at 2314 North 82nd Terrace, Kansas City, Kansas. And Uncle Chet he's raised me. I mean, just from all the way, I don't even know what age it started from, but he's everything. Him and my father are great friends. He's been from Sunday school teacher to history to mentor, and meant everything to me. He's made me a thinker. He's made me think. He's asked me critical questions about continents and had me doing all this research. And finally, when I got of age, I finally asked him for the answer to what all I've been thinking about. And he said, I don't know. I was hoping you could tell me. Yeah, he got you too. See, so we have so many, there's so many facets of him, from the Boy Scouts, the Cub Scouts and all, but just a true family friend to me, and a great mentor. And he'll be greatly missed for me to be able to just call upon him at will, but we will always be in touch with him, and he deserves all of this honor that's being presented today. So thank you.
My name is Camille Barber. My mother, I live at 1917 North 14th Street, 66104. My mother, the late Mrs. Flossie Barber, used to gather up her notes and notebooks and pens and paper and head out the door. And I knew where she was going. She was going over to sit with Mr. Chester Owens. They were going to meet and talk about everything that they knew about Wyandotte County, everything they knew and loved about Northeast Wyandotte County, the Sumner legacy, and all of the rich history that we have in the Northeast end of town. And she truly admired Mr. Owens. And I just want to thank him for all of his time that he spent with her. And of course, between the two of them, the knowledge that I gained about the area and the history of Northeast Wyandotte County, and just to know that he really is a griot of our time. And we have such a treasure in Mr. Owens, and people really don't realize how valuable he really is. But I just want to thank him, and I haven't seen him in a long time, but I've listened to him on the radio on occasion, and just thank him and just wish you all the best to come. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Phil Dixon, and I was born in Wyandotte County. I don't live here now, but my heart is here always. And everywhere I go, I talk about Wyandotte County. Everybody knows where I come from. And part of that comes from meeting Chester Owens. Many years ago, I was a young guy wanting to be a historian, which now I'm a celebrated historian. But I wanted to be a historian because I loved history. And no one really gave me a chance to speak. And Chester Owens put me on the Men's Day program to be a speaker. I didn't even know what I was going to speak about and how I was going to conduct it, because I had never been in a pulpit. But he gave me that opportunity, and now I've been able to make a whole lot of this country my pulpit. And because I stand on this man's shoulders. And there's a lot I can tell you. Some people know me through baseball. and being a co-founder of the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum. But when we started off in a one-room building in the Lincoln Building. And the Lincoln Building had insurance because one person went out and fought when they had redlined all the communities in the city, and Chester Owens was able to get insurance in the Lincoln Building. He'll never get credit for that because people won't talk about that, but he was actually one who broke down the barrier, and we were able to get things insured. And of course, you know the history of the Negro Leagues Museum today. So there's so much I could say about Chester Owens. One thing I can say, this is a great man, and he helped me a lot with history. And so I hope to continue to build on his legacy because he left a firm foundation for this community, and people like myself and other young people will step into that history, not always knowing where the history came from, but Chester Owens was someone you could pick up the telephone and ask the question. And one other thing, when I was born, my father was 49. And so not many people knew my dad, but Chester Owens did. So thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Reese Towers. My address is 110 Delaware Parkway. I just want to say thank you to Mr. Chester and Lily Owens for paving the way for a lot of us young activists. And I want to let you know, Mr. Owens, that your work will not be in vain. We will continue to fight the good fight. We will continue to stand for change. And just to know that to us young activists, you are our heroes. So I just want to let you know that your work will not be in vain and that we will continue to move on with your movement. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is James White. I met Mr. Owens in the mid-'80s, somewhere about that time, after I was assigned to be the principal of Hawthorne Elementary School. Mr. Owens was one of the first community people to show up at my door. He said, Mr. White, I'm going to show you how to run this school. And he did. He was very, very supportive. Now, he had a reason for being there. He had 2 grandsons, and he wanted those 2 boys at Hawthorne Elementary. And one sits right here, right now. Chester said, you know, White, when we were here in the 60s, we had a group of men called the Dad's Club. And I said, oh yeah, that sounds pretty good. What did you guys do? He said, well, we met and we did things for the school, the kids, and the community. So Mr. Owens and I got a group of guys together, and we changed the name a little bit. We changed it from Dad's Club to the Men of Hawthorne. And that group of men did a lot, and there's still people who talk about that. And I see a couple of those men in here now, I believe, that was part of that group. Mr. Owens was just an outstanding person. He always teases me about when it became time for me to retire from the school district. Every time he would see me, he would ask me how many more days before I retire, you know, and I could always tell him because I knew how many days I had left. But Mr. Owens is just an outstanding, and his 2 grandsons, and now, 2 grandsons, just wonderful. But he also had 3 daughters, and they were wonderful too. So I can never say enough about Mr. Owens. So thank you very much. And Mr. Owens, thank you. And how many more days do you have?
I don't, 2 minutes is not enough time to tell you. Victor Harris, 2546 North 17th Street, Kansas City, Kansas. 2 minutes from what I've learned from this man here is 2 minutes is just not enough time. We was back in the day, we had a youth program, part of the Hawthorne basketball. Mr. Owens would help us practice basketball. He was one that played. But Mr. Owens, from coaching as well as, some of you remember, we used to do the Juneteenth celebration at Big 11 Lake for 11 years. Starting that program out, the Juneteenth, I didn't know, history didn't know anything about Juneteenth. Look across the street, Big 11, that's Mr. Owens' house. Between him and Mr. Fields, they gave me some history about Wyandotte County, Juneteenth. So I took it back. So a lot of people that heard me talk about Juneteenth, you was hearing Mr. Owens. I was just relating what he told me about Juneteenth and try to bring it back to the community. This gentleman here was a walking encyclopedia when it came to Juneteenth. And I learned from him. And today I can still tell you everything about Juneteenth because he taught me. And I would go up to his house, the artifacts in his house. I was like a little kid in a candy factory when I go in his house and look with all the artifacts and the history that he has in his house. And he was going by showing me each one. We couldn't cover them all, but he was showing me as much as he could. So I said, Mr. Owens, I learned a lot from you. And you know it, I love him. I love him to death. He always opened his door, tell me, come talk to me, Vic. The other night we was here to meet, gave him a ride home. I told him I'm gonna come and see him and sit with him and talk with him. But I have learned a lot as a man to give back to my community from this man right here. And I'd like to thank the committee for doing this, allowing us to speak about Mr. Owens, because there's still not enough time and not enough days for us to explain what this man has done for this community. Thank you, Mr. Owens.
Carolyn Wyatt, 4th Troop. I've known Mr. Owens for a while. Mr. Owens has always been like a freedom rider about the community. If nobody went, Mr. Owens was going to be there. When JFK, which is now Beatrice Lee, was closed down and we were trying to get it back open, we got petitions. He went down there and he was there, marching up and down the street, making sure that it was going to get back open. And today it is open for the help of Mr. Owens. He was right in the neighborhood. And in his house, when I went to visit him, he has all kind of history. I remember it when there was a Sumner High School and Martin Luther King was there. And he has a picture of him. So he has done a whole lot for this community. We're going to miss him. He has everything that we need, but we're going to miss Mr. Owens because he was actually there. And he was going to make sure things happen. He said he don't know what he's going to do. He have to go down there and tear up some stuff or whatever. But Mr. Owens was going to be that person to make sure things happen. And so we really going to miss you, Mr. Owens, and we love you.
Donald Ash, 3932 North 125th Street. I've been around, as an elected official and a few spots and a couple of different things. I've been honored and privileged to do a lot of good things, I think, through our work at the police department, the sheriff's office, and other organizations that I'm with. But I like to give credit to people that deserve credit. And so I don't consider myself to necessarily be all that or anything other than what some really good men poured into me. And most of you in here that know me, you figure out who most of those men are. But what you may not know is that there were 4 specific African-American men who helped me learn and develop and grow and understand the culture and understand the dynamics, going on in between our communities. And so Lieutenant Gene Taylor, who's gone home to be with the Lord a long time ago, Harold Simmons, who went to be with the Lord just a couple of weeks ago, and the other 2 men are in the room here, James White, who spoke, and Chester Owens. And Chester Owens and I had a conversation one day. We had a lot of things that we talked about, but he said, Brother Ash said, And as soon as he said that, I knew that he was speaking to me out of a sincere heart and a pure motive, and in my belief system, under the prompting of the Holy Spirit of God. I believe that. And he said, Brother Ash, you're a good man, but you know, you can be better. You can be better and you can do better. And so we talked about that a little bit. And clearly, I think Chester saw something in me before I could see it in me. And many of you have maybe had similar experiences, you know, in your life where somebody just believed in you, somebody just spoke a word of encouragement or whatever into you. And, you know, and that's all you need. And then you run with it from there. So Chester, I just wanted to properly and publicly thank you for all that you did for me. And I know many, many others. You've heard from everybody here tonight. And we're grateful and thankful. And as you move away, we're going to miss you. When we drive down 12th Street, though, we'll remember. So thank you.
Good evening. My name is Alice Yates Banks. Chester was married to my dear sister for 62 years. Now, I must admit, and I was their flower girl in their wedding, but I must admit that I didn't like Chester at the beginning because he took my sister. But over the years, I came to love him. I mean, he's done so much for this community. And I mean, he's a public figure, but he's just a good man. You know, he's a good family man. And I'm going to miss him. We have a special relationship because we share books. He would let me read some of his books, but I would have to literally sign in blood that I would return it. But he's just a great person and has done so much for this community, and we're going to miss him. He's my brother-in-law, but he's really my brother. Going to miss you, Chester.
I see you. Forget it. CC Marlin, Wyandotte County. The first time I met Mr. Owens was at a full commission meeting just like this one. I remember the speech that he gave, but more importantly, I remember one sentence that changed my perspective of the world, which was, a chain is only as strong as its weakest link. But I'm here to remind you of the things that create a weak link in a chain, which is not appreciating the value of what the strongest link brings to the table, which is a foundation based on a stolen history. Those like Mr. Owens who possess an eyewitness testimony that have long been erased from our history books. To lose a man, a pillar, and a legend like Mr. Owens is a travesty, and hopefully our community will learn from his mistakes learn from his mistakes of undervaluing and underappreciating the elderly in our community. Our foundation in Wyandotte County and our history here in Wyandotte County. There should be more than a street named after Mr. Owens and his beloved wife, Mrs. Lily Owens, for the things that he's done for this community.
We do have a hand raised online. Neldra Stevens. If you would unmute, state your name, you'll have 2 minutes.
Good evening. This is Jackie Tomlin and Neldra Stevens. We grew up in Wyandotte County in Quindaro, so many of you will know us as Jackie Pearson and Neldra Pearson. All the accolades that have been given this evening don't do Chester Owens credit. But I want to talk about him on a more personal basis. My children were at their grandmother, Nellie Pearson's house every day that the Lord sent. And she lived next door to Karen Owens. And Karen is Chester and Lily Owens' daughter. I think of three words when I think about Chester: wisdom, honor, and integrity. I don't know, Chester, if you really realize how much of an impact you had on my son, Jason Tomlin. He and Caleb were best friends. They played Little League Baseball, the Monarchs, and Chester was at many of those games. And he had an impact on the young men that were on that team. And so I just want to thank you, because our young Black men need positive role models. And way back then, because my son is 39 now, Chester made an impact on the way that he thought and the way that he looked at the world. And so, Chester Owens, I want to thank you for being the man that you are, for raising the daughter, Karen Owens, that you did, and for being a pillar in our community and someone that other young Black men can look up to and try to emulate. Congratulations. And since I'm in Savannah with my sister Neldra, we'll be coming down to Karen's house to see you often. Yes, we will. All right. Thank you. Congratulations.
We have Karen Owens.
Well, great evening, everyone. To Mayor Garner and the commission and the citizens and friends of our parents, Chester and Lily Ann Owens. Thank you so much for your consideration in naming a street after our parents. From a very young age, our mother and father instilled in us the importance of civic duty, serving with integrity, getting in good trouble, speaking up, taking a just stand, even if you have to stand alone, and making substantial contributions to the community in which we reside. And certainly our parents demonstrated not just through their words, but via their actions, the responsibility of making the world a better place. And they lived exemplary lives. My sister, Dr. Cynthia Owens Harris, and I also stand in the gap for our youngest sister, Carla Ann, who rests in a celestial realm with our mother, the late Lily Ann. And so we thank you from the bottom of our hearts for demonstrating high regard for our parents and bestowing this honor by naming a street, Chester and Lily Owens Lane. My father initiated his move to reside in North Carolina, where I reside. And certainly Kansas City, Kansas will always be his home. Since age 14, he's now 91 years young. And I'm sure Daddy will travel back home to Kansas City, Kansas from time to time. And finally, our parents always impressed upon us to think globally, but to act locally. And in a world steeped in chaos and war, hidden and political agendas, crime and oppression, hate, inequity, unprecedented injustice, and the list goes on and on. It's our hope that the city of Kansas City, Kansas, and its leaders on behalf of the residents of Wyandotte County We'll continue to use the example of our parents, Chester and Lily Owens, as a blueprint for how to conduct business in a proactive way in the service of all humanity. And so from our family, I see two of my aunts are present. I see my Aunt Virginia Kirkwood, again, my Aunt Alice Yates Banks. My oldest son, Larry Dean Jones II, is there sitting next to my dad. And we have other family and friends from literally all over the country who are tuning in. So thank you so much for your kindness toward our parents, Chester and Lily Ann Owens. Thank you.
We have Cynthia Harris.
Good evening, everyone. I am Cynthia Marie Owens Harris. I happen to be the eldest daughter of Chester C. Lee Herman Owens Jr. and Lily Ann Yates Owens. It is certainly a pleasure to join you today and to hear all of the many accolades that my father and my mother have heard over these many years. But I want to thank you, Mayor Garner. I want to thank all of the commissioners, Senator Haley, all of the friends and family. And all of you are family in your own way, because in some shape, form, or fashion, through part of my father's journey, you were a part of that, whether you were active in civil rights with him from those early years, even up to him picketing on right there outside of City Hall, or whether or not you served in many of the civic organizations that he was involved with. In fact, our home became out for one period of time. I thought that it was a satellite at that time, Southwestern Bell, because that phone would ring off the hook. My folks were ones in which were looked at as people who had answers. And if they didn't have answers, they still showed at least that they cared. So I want to thank all of you all. This is indeed an honor. My folks, both my mother and father, have won many, many awards over the year and have been deeply grateful. In addition, this is one award or one recognition with the naming of the street on which they reside, the Chester and Lily Owens Lane. And it truly is indeed an honor. But I would have to tell you that as honorable as that is, as my father begins the move, the trek to North Carolina, if you really, really want to honor my parents, then let him pass that torch on to you. And each and every one of you in this room, regardless of what position you occupy, you know, whether or not you are right there in the neighborhood, because our folks loved community and the neighborhood and what the true meaning of a neighborhood, what that means. So if you really want to honor their legacy, please accept that torch and run with it. Make sure that those who are, as Mayor Garner said earlier, not only have strong voices, but all the way to the voiceless, that they are recognized. The elderly, the children, you know, all races, all colors, all genders, that you recognize the significance of each and every individual, because that is who my parents were and my father is to this day. He is rooted, all of that is rooted in strong family values. And we've got a strong family on the Owens and Yates side. And those values is what made our parents who they are. So I say to you, please, don't just look at that sign, because the sign will be meaningless if you don't take up the mantle, if you don't recognize the very communities that he fought for so long, fought and cried, and I'm old enough to have seen those tears. Please do that. Please operate with a heart of servant leadership. We love you all. We love each and every one of you. KC will always be our home. So thank you very much.
Our next speaker is identified with a number ending in 7636.
Good evening. My name is Reginald McCamey. I am the son of Edwin Harrison, 1215 Oakland. And I just wanted to say congratulations to Mr. Owens. He has always been a mentor to everybody in the community, and how appropriate it is to have a street named for him in Strugglers Hill. Congratulations, and thank you for all that you have done and continue to do, Mr. Owens. That's all I want to say. Thank you very much.
Next hand raised is Caleb.
Good evening. My name is Caleb Jones, and I am the youngest grandson of Chester Owens. Papa, I'm gonna keep it short. I just wanted to tell you congrats, and I love you, and I'll see you soon.
Mayor, those are all the speakers we have.
Thank you. Commissioners have comments. Dr. Hill.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mayor, for allowing this space for us to celebrate Mr. Owens. We certainly appreciate that. Mr. Owens, thank you so much. You took me to school. If you remember, about 20 years ago, I invited you to Turtle Hill Neighborhood Club, and we had a big celebration, and you were our guest speaker. And you brought all these books and newspapers, and I remember asking you, Mr. Owens, is there anything I can do to help? You said, yeah, grab some more of them books and bring them on in. And so I helped you get the books in, and man, I learned so much. You told me all about the prestigious people that lived in Turtle Hill and beyond. I was amazed. And just as recently as last year, you poured into not only me, but my son. My son accompanied me. We came to your house, and you had everything in the backyard, all the newspaper articles and books and everything. And my son goes, Mom, I've never knew anybody who gave me this much history, and just knew it. I said, that's what we got over here in Wyandotte County. We got Mr. Chester Owens. So thank you so much. I heard a young lady say something earlier today, and I really believe this for you. May the works I've done speak for me. Your works speak for you. Thank you for the great work you've done.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Burns.
I think I can sum this up very quickly here. The next time all of you have a dictionary out, look up the word class. Read the definition all the way through, and at the bottom, you will see Chester and Lily Owens pictures. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Owens, I just want to say thank you for everything you've done in the community. You've taught me a lot. We've had many conversations that I deeply appreciated. You will be missed, and we do love you very much. Please come back and see us very soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Stites.
Well, Mr. Owens, I'll never forget. Not unlike the mayor, I was on the police department, and I was assigned out of community policing. My very first assignment was to be the community policing officer downtown, Strugglers Hill. I got invited in by Chester and Lily into the house. And if you are going to model a community group leaders, it would be Chester and Lily. They were amazing. You weren't getting out of their house very quickly, I will tell you that. You walked into that house and you were there for a while because you were getting a history lesson. I appreciate that. I knew how to be a police officer because I had done it for many, many years before joining the community policing unit. But I didn't know how to be a community policing officer. You groomed me and you taught me what it really meant to care for your neighborhood and to act like a community leader. And I appreciate you. I appreciate everything that you've done. And I'm going to miss you and carry on the good work down in, where they say, Alabama or wherever is your head, North Carolina. You'll do great things down there also. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Lopez.
Chester Owens, I had one phone call with you that I've ever met, or the first time I ever talked to you. It was not too long ago, but just one phone call was a huge impact on me. It's the first time the mayor was telling me about you, and I'm like, I got to meet this guy. And then I got your number and was able to talk to you on the phone. And it was brief, but it was a huge impact on me. And I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you, Mayor. Chester, Mr. Owens, our history perseveres due to your lifelong love of our community and its history. My respect to you for all you've done and for your friendship to my dear father-in-law, Lauren Taylor, who had a tremendous amount of respect and admiration, not only for you as an individual, but your historical works. You will be missed. And again, thank you.
Okay, everyone can see the sign, commissioners. I think this is that moment. I think what you've heard tonight was a lot about a good man, Chester Owens, and his wife, Lily Owens. They come from a generation where you said what you meant and you meant what you said, where integrity mattered, where when you said something, you could trust that whatever was said was going to be followed through with. No games, no smoke and mirrors, nothing but truth and transparency. And that's what communities were built on, were trust. And just what I know about Chester and Lily Owens, my fellow commissioners and communities, and I think you heard this tonight, is Chester and Lily Owens will be leaving us with a lot of good memories. Chester still has a lot of history left in him. Just give him a call. He'll share it with you. But what I've learned is through their work is them sharing the need for unity in this community, opportunities that are equitable for everyone, and hope that if we work together and come together as one unified community and not just a government, that the hope for a better day cannot just be hope, but it's something that can be a reality for all of us. And I share in every sentiment. And it is my honor to make a motion tonight that we approve an honorary sign to establish an honorary street name for a portion of Shelf Street from Washington Boulevard north to Everett in honor of Chester and Lily Owens. I make that motion. Is there a second?
Can we all second it?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a unified government second from your elected officials. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call. Lopez,
Yes.
Stites, Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows,
Aye.
Burns,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Kane. Motion carries.
Thank you.
I am the mayor.
Told you he wasn't finished.
Do you need to stand? No. The floor is yours, Mr. Owens. No, it's yours. The floor is yours. Huh? The floor is yours. Huh? You can go ahead and speak. Okay. I would first like to acknowledge my family members. My grandson, Larry Dean Jones II, my sister, Virginia Ray Kirkwood, and I don't see all of you are relatives. Greetings, Mayor Garner, the commissioners, and county administrator. Thank you, Mayor Garner, for inviting me to speak at the commissioners' meeting. I had a stroke in February 2023 that affected my speech, my hearing, my mobility, but I'm okay. I have no complaints. I am leaving Kansas City, Kansas and Wyandotte County, hopefully in August or September. I am 91 years of age and have lived through parts of 11 decades. My family moved from Ashdown, Arkansas in October 1946. I have lived here for 78 years, excluding the 4 years I spent as a member of the United States Air Force. I attended Sumner High School, graduated in 1949. I attended Sumner Junior College from 1949 to 1951. I was in the last class of Sumner Junior College before integration. If I have made any contributions to Wyandotte County and Kansas City, Kansas, I couldn't do no difference. My parents, Chester Cole Owens and Martha Frances Hughes Owens, my late wife, Lily Ann Yates Owens, my children, Dr. Cynthia Owens Harris, Dr. Karen Owens, and my deceased daughter, Carla Ann Owens, my goddaughter and my daughter, Tashina Ross Harrison. I already introduced my grandson, Caleb Jones spoke. My great-granddaughter, Charlie Harris Corrine Jones. My siblings, school teachers, and my beloved community. I owe you everything. I failed to acknowledge my sister and sister-in-law, Alice Yates. She spoke. Most people under the age of 60 know me as a politician. I was a successful business owner employed by H.W. Sewing and Company, a property and casualty insurance agency for 39 years. I purchased the agency in 1976. The 1960s, 70s, and 80s were some turbulent and exciting times. Many persons of goodwill here in Kansas City, Kansas, joined the fight to right the wrongs done to people of color. There were all kinds of threats made against the person who was in the midst of the fight. My religious teaching became real to me. For God has not given us the spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind. In April 1963, we opened the Hub Bookstore. The partners was James and Dorothy Macfield and Lily and Chester Owens. The idea was James and Dorothy Macfield. The store was an immediate success. Persons from all walks of life came to the Hub. The store was located at 5th and Quindaro. I would briefly like to talk about my political career. I had never been involved in politics, and I had never been involved in a political campaign. When the form of government changed from a 3-member commission to a 6-member council and mayor in 1982, many persons urged me to run. They stated that this is our chance to have a representative from, quote, the Northeast area. But I said no, because my personality was not suited for politics. The last day that you could file for the upcoming election, I received a call from one of our neighbors, Hazel Wright. She stated that, Chester, you have got to run. There was something about that call that really affected me. I got up from my desk and filed just before the filing deadline. There were 10 other persons who had filed before me. I didn't know anything about how the election system worked, and I sure didn't have any money to run an election campaign. The Black politicians were not happy with 11 persons who had filed, so they approached 2 persons to get them to run. But they said, no, we're supporting Chester. The community responded positively to me and pledged their support to me. The Democrat machine that ran the politics of the city had picked their persons to run. 3 Black females that worked in City Hall said no, and they pledged their support to me. They were told that when the election is over, you will be fired. I will be eternally grateful for those 3 ladies who put their jobs on the line. I won the primary election easily, was told by the chairman of the Democrat Party that you have to run at large, and we are going to kick your, use your imagination. I received the 2nd highest votes in the general election. I have tried over the years to do my part to make Kansas City, Kansas and Wyandotte County a better place to live. I believe that the vast majority of people have more in common than not. I set as one of my major goals, which I still subscribe to. I have traveled in all parts of the city trying to bring people together. And I quote Dr. King, "We all can live together as brothers and sisters, or we can die together as fools." In my opinion, we have nearly lost the concept of listening. Whereas we have real dialogue, we now have monologue. We must return to listen to one another again. Many people ask me, why am I leaving Kansas City, Kansas? The two main reasons I'm leaving: after my stroke, everything changed. I want to live closer to my children. The second reason is I can't afford to live in Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, because of gentrification, high taxes, high utility bills, etc. Many people, especially the elderly, express that concern. I will not point the finger at anyone because it has been a long time coming. Another reason is environmental issues. In my neighborhood, strugglers hill that need to be dealt with. I have lived in the Northeast area virtually ever since my family moved here from Arkansas, 78 years. I love Kansas City, Kansas, Wyandotte County. I especially love the Northeast area, quote, in quotation marks. The area at one time was thriving successfully and was as viable as any other area of the city, albeit rigid segregation and the pains and degradation of the heinous crime of Jim Crow. There was a strong business community. The schools were of the highest quality, if not the highest in the city. What happened? I still believe that Kansas City, Kansas, Wyandotte County has the potential to become one of the great cities of the country. And I would like to make some suggestions. I'm full of suggestions. The citizens must become involved. The elected officials cannot do it by themselves. How could the citizens be motivated? By listening, really listening. Dialogue, not monologue. Department heads should get out of their office and make themselves visible to the people who are involved in the community, not the chosen leaders. This is especially true in the Northeast area. Those chosen leaders do not live there and have no desire to live there. The county administrator must become more visible in the neighborhood. Neighborhood groups are very important. Zoning laws must be updated. Young people should be listened to, not monologue, but dialogue. As I travel around, too many young people state that when I grow up or get financially able, I am going to move out of Wyandotte County. We must stop that trend. I have a quote which states, and I'm gonna read this closely. Children's ears may be closed to advice, but their eyes are open for example. Let me read that again. Children's ears may be closed to advice, but their eyes are open for example. We must, as adults, be that visible example. One of the things that I'm proud of is my name appears on a youth building training center. I volunteered there for approximately a year. It was a learning experience for me as well as the youth who were enrolled in the training center. The Sumner Alumni Room is named in my honor. The room continues the legacy of Sumner High School as one of the top schools in the United States. And I didn't say Black high schools, even though it was the only Black high school in the state of Kansas. It is housed in the Sumner Academy of Arts and Sciences. We must work on our images. Unfortunately, Kansas City, Kansas does not have a daily newspaper, which is a serious handicap. How do we change that? I must say something about my late wife, Lily Ann Yates Owens. We were married for 62 years, and she was my boss. Lily Ann was her own person and accomplished many things. She broke some glass ceilings. She started working as an insurance company part-time for $15 a week. She later became president of the insurance company. She appeared in both Ebony and Essence magazine. She served on many boards. She was a devoted mother to our children and never missed a beat. As I look back, I cannot see how she did all the things that she did. She was a superwoman. As I close, I thank Mayor Garner and the commissioners for allowing me to make this presentation. I was speaking from my heart. I didn't want to bore you, but the speech really could go on for another half an hour. It is hard. It is hard leaving Kansas City, Kansas, the city that has been so good to me. But I am not gone yet. I may have some unfinished business making Kansas City, Kansas, the city that has the potential to become one of the best cities in America. Thank you. I want to acknowledge, I don't see the superintendent, the former superintendent of schools, and I thank all the people who made a comment. Carol Marinovich, I shared the story with her tonight. Dennis Hayes, he had been here, and Dennis Hayes, I owe so much to him. The Southern Alumni Road would not have had some equipment were not for Dennis Hayes, but I don't think he knows it either. And Don Jones said he got the permission to do that. Thank you, Dennis. I thank everybody for all the kind words that you said. I love all of you. Thank you.
You know, the fun part of being mayor is you get to do special things to special people that have made a impactful difference in Wyandotte County. And this is one of those moments. I had one key to the city left. One key. And as my act as mayor, you will be the first recipient as your mayor. This is my first act of giving you a key to the city, the great city of Kansas City, Kansas. Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm slow, but I'm making it.
I know people might need to use the bathroom. We still have a lot more business of the people to do here. We're going to take about a 5-minute break and then we'll reconvene. So we will reconvene sharply at 8:30.
Yeah.
If we could please begin to take our seats, we will start in less than a minute. All right, thank you. Thank you. If you would please take your seats at this time. The last two items on the mayor's agenda are presentations from the mayor of Bonner Springs, Edwardsville, and there was an invitation to the mayor of Lake Revere to make a presentation to this night's commission. The mayor, unfortunately, of Lake Revere was unable to attend due to other engagements. We're going to start off with the mayor of Bonner Springs, Kansas, followed by immediately by the mayor of Edwardsville, Kansas, to make a presentation to the Unified Government Board of Commissioners. Mayor Stevens.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. I appreciate allowing me to speak a little bit this evening. I will try to keep it somewhat short. I know it's already been a long evening and the evening's going to get probably longer for you. Just wanted to kind of keep you up to date a little bit of what's happening on the western edge of Wyandotte County. Something I'm really kind of happy to say. About 3 years ago, we determined that it was time to, by staff and council, that it was time to move forward and move towards a full-time fire department. Our volunteer fire department has served the community wonderfully, and we are very proud of the service that they gave to our community. But with changing times, with growing population, it became necessary to really look at going to a full-time department. So we started that transition process, and I'm happy to report as of March of this year, we are now a fully staffed, full-time fire department. And so hopefully we can hold up our end of the automatic response system. A little anecdote real quickly on that. The first time a house fire occurred in Bonner, after that automatic response was put in place, it was a couple months afterwards, and on social media, it was interesting, the comments of, I didn't know we had that much equipment in town, because they were rolling in from Edwardsville and from KCK. Also, I want to thank the KCK Police Department. It has always been having empathy, Azure, amphitheater, sandstone, whatever name you'd like to call it. Having it in our backyard has always been, it has been a source of pride for us, but it does put a lot of burden onto our police department. And the last year and a half now, the KCK Police Department has worked hard on helping with traffic control on State Avenue and help calming traffic. So that has really helped tremendously, and our police department really does appreciate that. We've had a lot of infrastructure going on this year. Now we started out smaller communities, so we don't get to invest the same amount of dollars that you do, but we've put about $800,000 this year in resurfacing, just on the regular program, resurfacing program. We also just finished taking advantage of C-CLIP from the state to redo a section of K-32 from our downtown corridor all the way out to the Leavenworth County line. We are also in the process of having put out to bid using the STP federal funding program and going through Mark to have 138th Street, at least phase one of 138th Street completed or worked on, which would include a full street from the complete street concept from Kump Avenue or K-32 up to Morris Avenue. So it will, if anybody has ever driven along that route, and especially the athletic fields, there have been small pets that have fallen into the ravine and never to be seen again. It is a pretty good hole. And so that is all going to be replaced with proper wastewater systems through there, curbing, gutters. It's going to be a very nice area of roadway when we finish. The biggest project we've got going on in town right now, our residents are extremely happy about, and that is our new water treatment plant. We made that decision a couple of years ago. We investigated determining should we purchase water from either Water One, BPU, or was it better to still control our own water? We found it was actually more reasonably priced to actually go ahead and continue to produce our own water. So we moved forward with a new treatment plant, replacing one that was 60 years old or older. We will go increase from 0.8 million gallons per year or per day to 2 million gallons per day. With capacity, we can increase the size of that up to 3 million. The biggest selling point of that is the fact is we are also going to be now softening the water. We are going to be using nanofiltration instead of all the big lime piles that you might see with normal operations of softening water. It'll be nanofiltration, which actually are so efficient, they remove all the calcium from the water. And they have to actually divert part of the water that comes through the regular filtering process and re-merge those waters at the end of it. So it'll drop us from about 450 parts per million down to about 125. So the residents are happy with that, getting rid of the concrete. It's that kind of time of year where we, summertime now, all things are starting to start to take place in our community. Very small town community atmosphere. We have introduced last winter, we've brought up a common consumption area in our downtown corridor. And if you can apply for it through the city council, it has to be approved by the city council, but it allows events to take place, allows adult beverages to be served in the outdoor area, in that area, as well as being transferred, back and forth, so people can be out on the street with a cup. They have to be labeled with the institution where they got the beverage from. But we've already utilized it a couple of times and it has been very successful. It's also that time of year tonight, in about 10 minutes, no, probably about now, the Bonnet Springs band concert season has started and opened up. We put on a community band. We get anywhere from 80 to 100 individuals from around the metro area that come out to play. We put on an ice cream social as part of that. And that runs through the months of June and July, with the exception of July 4th. And they usually run from 8:30 to approximately 9:30 in the evening. So if any of you are wanting to come out that direction on a Thursday evening after your commission meetings, we'd love to have you show up and enjoy a little music. Also, we also have the farmers market that we have just recently has started back up this year. We've through the Parks and Rec Department, we have built a pavilion in the Centennial Park area, which will now house the farmers market. We can then utilize that for other events if people wish to rent that pavilion. Otherwise, it is completely open underneath it. So as I jokingly tell some people, it is now a great spot for Kobe's to be able to, for their customers to be able to park their bikes. So they'd have covered parking. I'll quickly move on so we can keep the ball rolling. As you know, everywhere in the nation, in our metro area, even in Wyandotte County, KCK, housing is an issue. And we've got 3 projects right now that are going on that either are in the process or have started or in the process of getting the final approvals. We have the Sandstone Townhomes, which are up by Sandstone Amphitheater. There are 140 townhomes. They're hoping to have in the fall completed enough they can start renting some of those units out, as well as they'll get free music, whether you want it or not. Coming back down K7 a little bit at the K7 Kansas Avenue corridor on 132nd Street, we have some senior housing that's going to be going in, some senior apartments. They've come forward with a plan for 48 units with a potential for an additional 48 units. They have filed for LIHTC financing on those, and they should know this month whether they get the approval on those. And hopefully, if that occurs, they'll be moving forward. Those are actually very important to us because that's one of the things we hear about in the housing portion out there is we have a lot of seniors who look and go, where do I go now? I want to sell my house. Where do I go? I'd like to stay in Bonner. Then last but not least is the area at the base of our Oak Street, which is where the old Thriftway store, it's now just an open vacant lot that's been torn down, just has a parking lot there. The developers have moved forward and a final development agreement should be coming forward probably, I don't know if it's going to be on Monday night's council meeting or the following council meeting, but once that is approved, the developers agreement is approved by council, they'll be able to start developing and building a 100-unit, 4-story apartment building. And that has it will provide us not only housing, but for our downtown corridor, it provides a new source of customers for many of the businesses who sometimes struggle a little bit trying to get people to come in. So if there's any questions for me, I'd be more than happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, I will move on to Mayor Cahart then.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens.
Okay,
Appreciate
thank you
it.
very much.
Thank you so much. Mayor KR, the mayor of Edwardsville, Kansas.
So instead of taking items 5 and 6 tonight, we will just move ahead to 6. You'll get some Edwardsville input in there, I'm sure, as well, as that is in almost every conversation I have. So first of all, thank you all for allowing me some of your time this evening. I know the meetings can drag on, so I'll try to move it along, not to take too much of it. To start us off, let's review a brief history of the consolidation of Kansas City, Kansas and Wyandotte County. Eleanor Klibanoff described the climate in which the consolidation came about in her article, How KCK and Wyandotte County Unified During Troubled Times, published in KCUR on March 6, 2015. She writes, imagine for a moment that it's 1997. Kansas City, Kansas operates its own city government and the city is in a tailspin. The property taxes are the highest in the state. People are moving out as fast as they can pack up the truck, fleeing to nearby Johnson County or over the state line to Missouri. The city government is hit with scandal after scandal, plagued by rumors of patronage and corruption. There isn't a movie theater or shopping. A new grocery store hadn't opened in the urban core in decades. We are in a deep abyss, said former city administrator Dennis Hayes. We had to try something. We had to go for a Hail Mary pass. KCK had one thing going for it, she wrote. It was in Wyandotte County, a relatively well-run county. Wyandotte had a dynamic mayor and a really strong county manager, says Suzanne Leland, a professor of public policy who was on the committee that created the unification proposal. They were also a much more professionalized government with things like performance measures and a personnel division. The article later states it helps that Kansas City basically was Wyandotte County, making up 94% of all the county residents. Kansas City residents were being served by both a struggling, financially unstable city government and a well-run, corruption-free county government. During a presentation to the ICMA, former County Administrator Doug Bach explained the impetus for consolidation was negative perception of community, corrupt government, high tax rate, declining population, lack of development, declining valuation, and inability to advance new policy or community vision. He said our community was going in the wrong direction with no change in sight. In the same ISCMA presentation, Mr. Bach continued that the consolidation gave the unified government the ability to undertake major economic development projects. It allowed risk-taking, community investment, confidence from the development community. He notes that Kansas Speedway said yes, a catalyst for new opportunity. Eminent domain, the Village West Tourism District, purchasing 400 acres, they negotiated major development agreements and continued growth in the manufacturing industry. According to the Unified Government website, consolidation allowed the UG to increase efficiency, improve accountability, increase government resources, and enhance planning and development. In 1996, Governor Bill Graves signed Senate Bill 464, which mandated the creation of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas Consolidation Study Commission. SB 464 authorized Governor Graves to appoint 5 members who would make up the CSC. These appointments were supposed to be ratified by the people during the 1996 Republican primary. This primary was not held, so these appointments, all with close ties to KCK, were accepted by default. Beginning of May 1996, these 5 individuals hosted various meetings and work sessions. The goal was to make a recommendation favoring or rejecting consolidation. Unless the state legislature took action to reject the recommendation before February 12, 1997, the recommendation would be voted on by Wyandotte County residents in April of 1997. May 1996 to January 97, the CSC investigated many imperative issues related to consolidation and were given the authority to fill in the details as to what that would mean exactly for the vote in April. As part of the CSC's considerations would be how to consolidate the assets and capital owned, at the time by either Wyandotte County or Kansas City, Kansas. They determined on the effective date of consolidation, title to all real and personal property currently vested in Wyandotte County and Kansas City, Kansas, together with other rights, claims, and assets of the 2 governmental initiatives shall vest in the unified government. This, of course, did not include arguably Kansas City, Kansas's largest asset, the Board of Public Utilities. Instead, the CSC determined there would be a joint committee composed of 6 voting members, 3 elected BPU members and 3 UG commissioners, specifically excluding the 2 at-large commissioners and the commissioner from Bonner Springs in the Edwardsville district. This joint committee, once again entirely made up with the interest of Kansas City, Kansas, would then make the recommendation to the Unified Board of Commissioners for their decision. It was no surprise that while taking advantage of the county assets and heaping all of the debts of Kansas City, Kansas on the shoulders of the entire county, the group representing Kansas City, Kansas determined that BPU should remain the sole asset of Kansas City, Kansas. This would not be the only reference to excluding the interests of those living outside of the Kansas City, Kansas part of Wyandotte County. According to the CSC's geographical feasibility study, Wyandotte County is rather small and compact. This is an advantage because only 3 other municipalities, Edwardsville, Bonner Springs, and part of Lake Quivira, exist in Wyandotte County. These cities make up about 6% of the population of Wyandotte County, the study continues to explain. They could not override Kansas City, Kansas if the issue were to come to referendum. In April of 1997, Kansas City, Kansas voters consolidated with Wyandotte County. You may notice that I'll say Kansas City, Kansas voted to consolidate. This is because, unlike the UG website so falsely claims that consolidation had unanimous approval, both Bonner Springs and Edwardsville decidedly voted against consolidation by a landslide. Why, might you ask, would Bonner and Edwardsville residents be opposed to consolidation? They felt they would lose representation in the county. They would lose their county board, whose sole purpose was looking after the needs of the entire county. That county needs would be prioritized under those of Kansas City, Kansas, and their tax dollars would be funneled in to support the needs of KCK. The Consolidation Study Commission appointed by the governor consisted of 5 individuals with deep ties to Kansas City, Kansas, not one representing the needs or concerns of your constituents in the other parts of Wyandotte County. Woven into the fabric of the Charter of Unification was a systematic exclusion of consideration of residents in any area outside of Kansas City, Kansas. The Consolidation Study Commission states we need an affordable, simple, and responsive government for the future. We need a more efficient, effective form of government to identify and respond to the citizen and community needs. The Consolidation Commission strongly believes that unification of governments of Wyandotte County and Kansas City, Kansas would provide its citizens with the kind of representative, efficient, and responsive government they need to carry them into the next century into the new millennium. Thus, the April of 1997, the unified government of Wyandotte County was born. While I know personally the disparity felt by residents living outside of Kansas City, Kansas, and had advocated for my county board to champion the needs of all residents in Wyandotte County, I had come to realize that the residents of Kansas City, Kansas were also feeling discouraged and desperate for change. In the last few years, I attended UG meetings and watched online, while Kansas City, Kansas residents pleaded for hours for tax relief and required us to where their tax dollars were being spent as their streets were crumbling, their bridges were being shut down, and their neighborhoods were flooding. Neighbors in the Northeast were feeling ignored. The South was underwater. Thank you. Midtown was deteriorating quickly, and Piper still had no park or library, regardless of their large investment in our county. I realized this was not just an Edwardsville issue, but a growing concern among residents in Kansas City, Kansas, and all of Wyandotte County. While mill levies may have decreased over the last 25 years, the tax bill was climbing steadily at a rate that was crushing residents in Wyandotte County. They look around their own neighborhoods and can't find where the money is going, while they are in fear of losing the home in the community they love. Commissioners would listen, seemingly with no option, would promise to work toward tax relief the next year, year after year, as the tax bill would continue to climb. Hearing the cry of residents of Edwardsville, Bonner Springs, and Kansas City, Kansas, Mayor Garner and Mayor Harrington supported my hosting meetings across the county to document feedback from our residents as to their perception of how well the now 27-year-old unified government system is performing. In an effort to make the meetings accessible to all residents, I hosted meetings in several areas all around Wyandotte County. We compared the goals of consolidation with the current atmosphere of the unified government, as well as gathered additional community feedback. I'll walk you through a quick summary of these meetings. Sorry, I'm gonna go. So the first premise of consolidation was that the consolidation would bring about more transparency and confidence in government. First question, as a resident, did you trust the government, the unified government is looking out for your best interest? 22% responded yes, 78% responded no. Would you describe the unified government as open and transparent? 20% responded yes, 80% responded no. Would it improve transparency and confidence in government if we eliminated the use of consolidated funds? 83% responded yes, 17% responded no. The next promise of consolidation that we discussed was that would improve community image. When residents were asked if they felt the unified government had a good community image and reputation in the metropolitan area, 18% responded yes, 82% responded no. The consolidation would improve efficiency of government. When asked if the unified government was efficient, 16% responded yes, 84% responded no. The next promise of consolidation that we discussed was that it would increase economic development, which in turn would lower taxes. There is no doubt that we've had significant increase in economic development in Wyandotte County since 1997. But when asked if that boost of economic development had lowered their taxes, residents responded 16% yes and 84% no. Residents were asked on the current path if they felt the unified government would make the changes necessary to provide tax relief. 18% responded yes, 82% responded no. A common point of discussion at our meetings was the mill levy has gone down, but my tax bill has significantly increased. A retired couple I know on a fixed income has had their taxes increased by 247% in the last 20 years, with over 150% of that being in the last 5. The mill levy means nothing to taxpayers. What they care about is the actual amount they are being charged every year. An increase in county appraisal gives no benefit to a homeowner. It puts no money in their bank account. It is only used against them to increase their tax bill. Just because someone's home should sell for more, if they were to sell it, does not mean the government should spend more and does not entitle the government to more of the taxpayers' money. As you can see, the UG revenue has increased substantially. Total revenues have grown by approximately $147 million from $254 million in 2005 to $401 million in 2022. Expenses have increased at a higher rate. In 2005, the unified government expenditures totaled approximately $212 million. This amount has increased by $169 million, with $381 million in expenditures in 2022. That's the most recent data I could get from the website. This increase averages over $10 million a year and over $100 million every 10 years. A comment heard regularly during discussion was the UG has a spending problem. When this topic is brought up to the commission, they generally respond with, which services would you like to cut? When attending the UG Budget Roundtable community meetings last year, residents were asked to create their own budget. In this sliding scale scenario, if you were to slide the budget back 5% for any department, the fear mongering would begin. If we cut 5% from emergency management, tornado sirens would not be maintained. If we cut 5% from the sheriff's department, they would no longer have radios in their cars. If we cut 5% from the police department, community policing would be eliminated, as would animal services. 5% from the fire department would mean we'd close down 1 fire company and 2 EMS companies. I'm sure you wouldn't believe any of these worst case scenarios, and neither do your residents. There are many top heavy and wasteful areas within the UG and departments that have spread far outside of their necessity. I won't take up your time with the specific ideas, but if you'd like them, send me an email. I have a list of the cost saving solutions. Make the cuts. With the increase in expenditures outpacing the increase in revenue, the burden of making up the difference generally falls on the shoulders of the residents in the form of taxes and other fees like pilots. One area of great contention among residents in all areas of Wyandotte County is the pilot on their BPU bill. The pilot fee is a payment in lieu of taxes found on every BPU bill, where on the other utility bills, one would find a franchise fee. A franchise fee is a typical product of a franchise agreement between a local municipality and a private utility company. This agreement allows the utility company to use the city's right-of-way to connect customers to their service for a fee. This fee is generally a pass-through fee that can be found on the utility bill. It is charged by the utility because the utility is being charged by the city, and ultimately ends up as a city revenue stream. The typical franchise fee is 5%. The Board of Public Utilities is owned by Kansas City, Kansas. Instead of a franchise fee on your BPU bill, there's a pilot fee, which is 11.9%, double the rate of an average franchise fee. The unified government sets this rate, not BPU. The pilot fee is then deposited in the Kansas City, Kansas General Fund. According to Vanita Gucci's 2023 article, Really Understanding BPU's Pilot in the Voice, the city collects $37 million each year from the pilot that flows into the city's general fund and is used for general operation of city programs. In this case, it truly is a payment in lieu of taxes, with the revenue from pilot constituting an amount in excess of 20% of the city's general fund operating budget. If the city didn't collect pilot, she says, with 1 mil equals to about 1.8 million, the city would have to increase the property tax mill levy by 20 mils, or $20 per thousand in assessed value to generate the same amount of revenue. In this way, the pilot currently acts as a subsidy for Kansas City, Kansas, and has increased from $17 million in 2005 to $42 million in 2022. Additionally, Gooch notes that since 2014, the unified government has approved the following utility rate increases: residential wastewater 66%, stormwater 40%, and trash at 11%. When Kansas City, Kansas residents were asked if there should be a cap set on the pilot to keep it within the range of the Metro franchise fee rates, 95% responded yes, and 5% responded no. Many of these commented on their questionnaire that they would like it eliminated altogether. Because Kansas City, Kansas does not own or maintain any rights of way in Edwardsville or Bonner Springs, Wyandotte County residents who live outside of Kansas City, Kansas were asked if the unified government should charge them a pilot that then would be placed in KCK's budget. 0% responded yes, 100% responded no. The next promise of consolidation that we explored as a group was the neighborhood revitalization through the county. That was an expectation set by the promise of consolidation. A rising tide lifts all ships theory. When asked if areas in Wyandotte County are overlooked or ignored by the unified government, 88% responded yes and 12% responded no. When asked if county tax dollars should be used proportionately and invested in all parts of Wyandotte County, 88% responded yes, with 12% responding no. While development is filling up the county and tax bills of residents continue to climb, at our meetings, KCK residents particularly expressed looking around their neighborhoods and asking, where is the money going? Residents are frustrated by paying stormwater fees with no curbs or gutters, calling animal control to be told to hold on to the dog and find the owner herself, filthy bus stops that smell of urine, trash along city streets, junkyards in neighborhoods, and crumbling infrastructure. While a significant amount of money is collected for county needs, not much makes its way west. For example, the county collects millions of dollars for parks and recreation, but does not contribute $1 to parks in Edwardsville. And while Piper residents contribute heavily to the tax revenue, they don't even have one park in their part of the county. There's no question that economic development was a driving factor for the consolidation of Wyandotte County and Kansas City, Kansas. When asked how economic development should be funded in Wyandotte County, 80% responded that each city should fund its own economic development, and 20% responded that it could be county funded. We discussed if the unified government should donate tax dollars to charity. 80% responded that, I'm sorry, I'm on the last slide. 13% responded yes. 87% felt they should decide for themselves if and to whom they'd like to donate their money. Another promise of consolidation was that it would create a simple and responsive government. When residents were asked if they felt unification consolidated power, creating a larger government, or allowed for better representation, 64% responded larger government, 32% felt they received better representation, and 4% were neutral. When asked if they preferred one elected body making all decisions for city and county, or each body to have one priority, 26% responded one elected board, while 74% responded separate elected bodies. To break it down further, we asked Kansas City, Kansas residents if they preferred to have the same elected officials setting the pilot fee, county and city taxes, or would they prefer that be split up between separate bodies? 36% responded they preferred one board, and 64% responded that they preferred separate boards. Additionally, when Wyandotte County residents who live outside of Kansas City, Kansas were asked if they preferred a board of commissioners making decisions for another city in their county, or if they would prefer separate boards for city and county, 0% responded preferring one board, while 100% preferred separate boards. There needs to be separation between city and county business and budgets. While city business can be overwhelming, this board has the county needs on its shoulders as well. It would be more transparent and simple to manage county business in one section of a meeting while managing city in the other half. Residents coming to hear updates for county sometimes sit through several hours of KCK business. There should be separate votes for the budgets and mill levies of the city and county. Separating the business of these entities would help our commissioners step out of their KCK role and into their county board role when making decisions on behalf of the entire county. Similarly, please separate county budgets and expenditures from city. It is frustrating for residents when asking how a certain project, department, or investment is being funded, whether it's from city funds or county funds, and no one can give a clear answer. For example, when Edwardsville called the county engineer asking for resources, we were told, we don't work outside of KCK. You can see where we would then be asking who is paying for this department. the Rock Island Bridge, Plan KCK, driver's licenses being expunged, work being done at City Hall. Are these city funded or county funded? In an effort to clarify the finance of consolidated departments, the CSC plan called for the county administrator to ensure a separation of county functions through an activity-based accounting system. This would become a management tool for analysis of efficiency and effectiveness and would provide other cities in the county with a means to review county support costs. If this is being utilized, please make it accessible to the residents to help us better understand which departments are funded by and are to serve the entire county and which serve only Kansas City, Kansas. When asked if an official should be allowed to vote on a tax that is applied to an area where they do not live and do not pay, 21% responded yes and 79% responded no. The PET Board is a board of 11 Wyandotte County residents appointed by the mayor and commissioners. The appointees consist of 2 members from Piper School District, 2 from Edwardsville, 2 from Turner School District, 1 from Bonner Springs, and 4 from Kansas City, Kansas School District. While libraries throughout the entire metro area provide service to anyone who enters, this board sets a mill levy that is only applied to the residents of Piper, Edwardsville, Turner, and Delaware Ridge for use of Kansas City, Kansas Public Library. A small portion of this revenue is allocated to the Turner Library and Bonner Springs Library. We have 5 members of an 11-member board that vote on a tax that will be imposed on an area of the community in which they do not live, a tax they will not pay. A common sentiment heard at our meetings was the consolidation created a large bureaucracy in which staff creates policy and is unaccountable to the mayor and commission. Many residents discuss their frustration with the bureaucracy. They feel unaccountable staff is making policy, not their elected officials. I've experienced this personally, as over the last several months during our prolonged ARPA discussions at the a unified government staff member informed me that the $1.3 million awarded unanimously by this Board of Commissioners was now going to be reduced to $1 million for both Edwardsville and Bonner Springs because they needed the funds for another expense. Thankfully, I was able to reach out to our county administrator, mayor, and commissioners to get this straightened out. The elected officials had no idea staff had taken it upon themselves to make this over $500,000 decision. Even more recently, I've come to find out the City of Edwardsville communication with the unified government requesting that the commission release our residents from pilot for the obvious reasons mentioned earlier has been shrugged off by the UG's legal team without even consulting the commission. This is staff making policy, not our elected officials. The truth is, the business of a city the size of Kansas City, Kansas would be a huge responsibility for anyone to bear. It is not realistic that one board would be able to bear the weight of an entire county on top of that. But as it is now, you are our representatives. You serve as both our county board of commissioners and the commissioners of Kansas City, Kansas. While staff can provide you with information, they are to take direction from you. As our mayor and commissioners, you are the policymakers and you are our elected officials. Overall, the goal of these meetings was to hear the residents, to gauge the success of consolidation in the eyes of the residents of Wyandotte County, and to get their feedback moving forward. Did the consolidation meet expectations? Has the consolidation benefited the residents of Wyandotte County? When residents were asked if they felt the consolidation promises were kept, 20% responded yes and 80% responded no. If given the opportunity to rewind the clock, would you vote in favor of consolidation? 30% responded yes, 70% responded no. Should the charter be amended to serve the residents of Wyandotte County better? 81% responded yes, 19% responded no. Some of these made a point to note in their questionnaire that they responded no because they did not trust that the unified government would make significant changes and place limits in the charter. Others expressed that revisiting the charter had been attempted before, and people who were involved in the consolidation in the 90s pushed back so much they felt this would not be a viable option. And finally, if the unified government is not willing to adopt charter amendments to better serve the residents of Wyandotte County, would you vote to deconsolidate? 74% responded yes, and 26% responded no. I know that was a lot to take in, and it was a lot to say. The residents want tax relief. If that means scaling back some programs or incentives, so be it. They want to see the tax dollars they are investing being used to improve their quality of life in their part of the county. They want transparency as to where their money is going with a clear separation from city and county. They want to know that their elected officials are representing them and are accountable to them. They want the pilot eliminated. They want policies that improve their quality of life, criminal laws enforced, less bureaucratic hoops to jump through to start a small business. It would be much cleaner form of government to have separate boards, each with one priority, city or county. You, our mayor and commissioners, did not invent this form of government. You are carrying the heavy weight of a large city and a county in a burdensome, thankless position, elected to serve the community you love. I wholeheartedly believe there were considerations that were missed during the consolidation process that created a mess that we find ourselves in today. But this was not a problem you created, and you can be a part of this solution. A handful of people I've encountered that want everything to stay exactly the same are part of the more affluent in Wyandotte County. They are not the residents who have to choose between paying their tax bill or their gas bill. They don't have to choose between paying BPU or paying for their medication. We heard earlier tonight, one of our treasurers of Wyandotte County moving out related to his high cost of living here. I would encourage anyone who is comfortable in this scenario to step out of their bubble, have a conversation with some who are not as fortunate. Speak with someone who is on a fixed income, whose tax bill has increased their mortgage payment hundreds of dollars each month. To some of us, a higher tax bill is frustrating. To others, it is detrimental. We have neighbors who are scared of losing their home, and not everyone is lucky enough to be so comfortable with the status quo. The residents I am primarily hearing from are regular people from all areas of Wyandotte County, Bonner Springs and Edwardsville, but also KCK residents in Piper, Midtown, the Northeast, and the South End. People on all sides of the political aisle in all parts of the county are desperate for change in this community that they love. That concludes my presentation. Take any questions.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate the information. I entertain any questions, comments from commission. Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Madam Mayor, for your presentation. I have several questions, so bear with me. With this survey, who wrote the questions?
I personally wrote the questions.
Okay. With this survey, I saw with a lot of pattern of the questions, 18%, 82%. How many residents in total answered the survey?
That's a good question. I don't have this specific number with me. I can tell you we had, I believe, 5 community meetings in all areas of Wyandotte County, and most of them were a full house. We had great turnout. I would imagine about 50 people at each meeting.
So 50 people at
50,
each
50.
meeting, or 50 in total?
At each meeting,
At each meeting?
approximately.
So you would say 500 or 250, sorry. I'm a math teacher and I can't do the math.
You're okay.
Math is not mathing for me tonight. It's been a long day.
Yeah,
So
and just,
250 residents.
yes, and just to give a good a comparison, when I went to the UG budget roundtable meetings last summer, I actually went to multiples of those. There were about 10 to 12 people who showed up to those, and those were professionally marketed and branded by the UG to all areas of the county. So I was really actually impressed with the number that we had show up for such a small grassroots effort with $0 in the budget.
Okay, so for saying 250 residents were answered this survey, we have is 165,747 in total in Wyandotte County. Doing the math real quick, that is 2,000th of the population that was surveyed. 2,000th of the population. What areas did you go to collect these survey results?
So I had a meeting in Edwardsville, a meeting in Bonner Springs, a meeting at the West Wyandotte Library, a meeting at the main library downtown, and a meeting at the South Library. So all areas of Wyandotte County. And just to not diminish, because I do feel like the residents who have come up here and they have told me at our meetings, they've pulled me aside and said, thank you so much for doing this, because I have come to that board and I have stood before those commissioners and feel like they don't listen to anything I'm saying. And so to acknowledge that 250 is minuscule to you is pretty enlightening.
I am not, please do not put words in my mouth. I am not diminishing or diminishing. I am just saying, I'm gonna continue with my questions. Thank you.
Go ahead.
On the survey, did we ask what districts the residents came from to ensure that every district was represented in the surveys?
No, we opened the meetings to anyone, any residents who wanted to attend. The only differentiate that we had in our questions was some we asked, if you're from KZK, answer this question. If you're from outside of KZK in Wyandotte County, then answer this question. We did not ask for specific addresses.
Okay, well, address we wouldn't need. It would have been good if we had district numbers to ensure that every district was represented. It would have been good to have seen the results broken down by district as well.
I can tell you this, and I should have mentioned it before. This is very much a grassroots effort. The only budget that was invested in this was my personal money, which was printing off of my printer, sitting at my dining room table, doing the best that I can to represent your constituents. And so yes, it could have been more polished. Yes, it could have been more professional. This is my best effort to communicate to you what your residents are saying. And I would imagine that, yes, it would be great if it was broken up by district, but y'all have heard from the people in your districts. And so, this is how they feel too.
I would disagree. You're saying the majority of my district feels this way.
I said people in your district.
It's some, yes. And I speak to the people in my district. I do. Others think not, but I do. And I know where the lines are drawn in my district of what they support and what they don't.
How many would you imagine support higher taxes?
A lot, I would say 100% of my district supports having services to the best of our ability to provide services. Continuing with my questions.
Go ahead.
So as elected officials, we have to have information that is valid and sound. Yes, this is a grassroots effort, I understand. But what we're being asked to look at and to make changes are very drastic change, have major ramifications to our form of government and well-being of our community. And so
just to clarify, the changes that I asked for were transparency in how we're spending, to separate county and city business when we're at a meeting, to account for where county tax dollars are going versus city tax dollars are going. These are things that should be happening already. And if that's drastically different, then there's a big, big problem.
No, I agree with you on all of that. We have a new county administrator. We have a new county administrator. Point of order. We have a new county administrator who is wanting to do the work, who is wanting to do his job. But how are we allowing him to do the job or the mayor chose and we consented to do his job, to get us to that financial stability that we have given him, the fiscal sustainability, which
That's a
we have
great
given
question.
him, those orders to, and that's what he's helping
Yes.
us doing.
That's a fantastic question. So I sat and listened last year when our new county administrator came before this body and presented what it would take to become revenue neutral. And members of this body said, don't waste my time with that again. And so he has given you some options. I think he's doing a great job. In fact, I've seen more communication between our cities and the county government since he's been here. And so I'm not discounting that at all. But I believe, again, that the buck stops with the elected officials. And I've seen him bring solutions before this board that were flat out rejected.
They weren't rejected. You could say they were. Yes, I will say they were rejected by me because I did not feel that solution or that policy was what's in the best interest. There are 11 of us on this board. We each have our own way of thinking and how we approach issues. And that's where we come to the table and we can find compromise. That is the only thing that will make government work is compromise. And that's what we're trying to do. But I'll leave my comments short and just be done. But I will say I do not support the deconsolidating in any way, shape, or form. We have the ability, as you have said, we have the ability to make these changes, and we will. The administrator has been given the green light to bring forward what needs to be done. We will make the tough decisions that need to be made. We will get there. As you said, we're a commission of our own. We weren't there years ago when it was created and throughout all these years. This is my 5th year here. I'm doing what I can and what I believe is best for my district. And I know my district supports me and what I think is best in their best interest. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner King.
Thank you, Mayor. So you wrote all the questions.
Yes, what I had done is after listening to community members come before the UG Commission with concerns, conversations throughout the county, quite frankly, conversations that probably as a commission, knowing being part of a governing body that wouldn't ever probably come to me directly, but conversations that you guys might not be as privy to and what residents are saying. I created the questions out of the concerns that I'd heard over the last few years from your residents.
And yet it took a very large group for consolidation, not one person. And the way it was told to me that your questions were skewed against, I would have thought you would have presented it. All right, here's your options. What I was told was that you presented skewed because you didn't want consolidation. And if we're all supposed to sit there and vote about something, you should have had some people that were for consolidation, people that were against consolidation, and give the presentation at the same time instead of questions that you designed to fit what you wanted to say, not what necessarily the community wanted to say.
Was there a question in particular that you had a problem with?
No, yes, every single one of them, because you wrote it.
Okay, so as one.
So how am I done?
Okay. I thought.
There was like I said before, there was a group of people that worked their tails off to make that work. Do we need to make some modifications? Absolutely. But when I go somewhere, I want to hear both sides. I don't want to hear one side. And you have a lot of nerve talking about the Piper Library because you got up and spoke against the Piper Library, which killed the Piper Library. And now you guys want a library in Edwardsville. And your husband's the chair of it. And in one of the meetings said, we don't need libraries in Kansas City, Kansas. They can go to Johnson County.
That is
so I think what you
untrue.
did was wrong.
What you're saying.
This is
not
my opinion.
true.
What you did was wrong. And you give the questions you wanted, which made it difficult for the people to be honest about their answers.
Mayor, can I respond, please? Okay. So first of all, I never said anything negative about a Piper Library.
Watch the video.
Ever. What I said was to a pet board that I'm quite familiar with, that they didn't need to raise taxes and encourage them to elect to go revenue neutral last year. And what revenue neutral means, because a lot of people are unfamiliar, is it means you collect the same amount of revenue as the year before. That is not a tax cut. This is a body that has no overhead. They don't own any buildings. They don't own any materials. They subsidize the libraries. They send money to the libraries. I didn't even advocate for a tax cut. I advocated for revenue neutral at a library board that has 0 bills.
At the time, you guys didn't want a library. Now all of a sudden you want one because you want to spend that money that was there. That's what's shady about this.
So do you remember over a year ago when I stood before this board and asked for ARPA dollars for a library in Edwardsville?
They don't qualify for they don't qualify for that.
You said I didn't want a library.
Well, you didn't at the time. You did. Maybe you brought that up and you guys tried to use that money to do it. But you physically killed the Piper Library, and now all of a sudden you guys are wanting one.
What Piper Library?
The one that we were supposed to get, if you guys would have left the appointed people alone, because that's what they wanted. They wanted to go ahead and do it because Piper had the space in the Piper School District to do it.
Just to clarify.
We can argue all night long if you
I
want.
am fully supportive of Piper residents getting a library if that's what they'd
Well,
like.
and you also didn't have a meeting in Piper either. You had it at 82nd Street. That's not Piper. That's District 5, but that's not Piper.
Well, if you were there, you would know. We had several Piper residents that attended
You
that.
did not have a meeting in Piper proper.
How many meetings have you hosted?
I
To
wasn't
hear
going to
from
any of your
constituents?
meetings.
Okay, we can go back and forth all day long, but this is the truth. I am bringing to you the needs and concerns of your constituents. And if you don't care, there's not much I can do about it. But I told the community I would gather some information and I would bring it before the board, and that's what I'm doing. As far as a Piper library, I'm fully supportive of if the Piper residents want a library, they should have assets in their part of the county, just like other areas in that part of the county. You will not find me speaking against a Piper library in any documentation, in any video, because I have never done it. Any other questions I can answer for you?
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner King, Lopez.
Yeah, hey, thank you for everything. Everything that you were saying, it don't matter if there's 20 people, 500 people, 1,000 people. Everybody's saying the same thing. Everybody. Okay? We need to stop freaking tax abatements. It's killing us. No wonder our taxes are through the roof because of these stupid tax abatements. Johnson County don't even care. They won't care who you are. You're going to pay. We don't care who you are. I had a meeting with the Legends and they gave me a smokescreen cry. We've been here 20 years and we need to extend our CID because they're going to bring in Panera Bread with the drive-through. I'm like, why? Panera Bread's getting ready to take a bath. Why are you even bringing them in the first place? Number two, where's all your money at? I asked the lady, what's your revenue on your renters? 1.52 million. Okay, they don't even smell right. That was on a Thursday. That Saturday, I go out to all the stores and I want to know, hey, what's your rent? Everybody, they all pay $20,000 a month on top of their rent. On top. Where's that money at? What it looks like to me, Dave & Buster's pays like almost $75,000 a month plus another $20,000 on top. There's only 5 stores able to actually tell me. The rest of them are like, well, it's corporate. We don't know. AMC Theater pays a little over $111,000 a month, plus $21,000 on top for the quote unquote common area. Ann Taylor and another store was the other. I can't remember the other store. $74,000 a month. Plus, no, I'm sorry, a little over $71,000 a month, plus another $20,000 on top on both of these stores. Where's that money at? And they want to extend their CID? Are you serious? I mean, to me, they're nothing but a bunch of slumlords. The place looks like it's gone downhill and they're crying, well, we need to extend our CID. So CID is just a corporate crappy way of getting infrastructure money out of sales tax that we have to pay when we want to go over there and shop. It's ridiculous. They're nothing but slumlords. Then this outfit used to own it. Then they sold it and bought it back with a partner. And their partner is Walton, which is Walmart. But yet does anybody do their homework? I don't know. I do my homework all day long. I want to know. And I get calls and complaints from my district. And I get all over them. Now I'm getting calls and complaints from other districts because they're not getting calls back. So I don't bark up that tree. I just go get it done. So I totally get, I mean, we want to bring in, we put out RFPs for an area. And now I could see, like, I think Caterpillar was wanting to come in and do, you know, that's 2,500 jobs, give or take. That would really help our taxes go down. But I don't think we're gonna go that route. We want to bring in low income tax housing and that's just gonna make our taxes go through the roof. So what is everybody after all that Fed money? Is that the most important thing? And we're killing our people. It's like we don't care. Is beyond me. But that things like that is why our taxes are through the roof. And it's just going to get worse. Don't get me wrong. I understand people need help out there. I understand there's homeless. I get that. But I won't help anyone that won't help themselves. All we are doing is the homeless and whatnot, we are just crippling them. We're crippling them. That's all we're doing. I give hand ups, not handouts. A guy that's working, somebody's working hard, I will give them hand ups all day long. I mean, there was a kid this year that got in. He got his apprenticeship at a carpenters union. Didn't have any tools, nothing. I bought him everything. He didn't know how he's gonna pay me back. I said, one day you're gonna make it, and this is how you're gonna pay me back is you're gonna come across the same scenario and you are gonna pay for the next kid's tools to make it. Things like that is what we need to really focus on, is not these big developers. These developers aren't billionaires because they're stupid. But yet we just lay down and just let them run all over us. That is beyond me. But that's why our taxes are through the roof. Right there, in a nutshell. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Hill.
Thank you for your presentation on this evening. And I want you, as well as the constituents, to know that I definitely hear and know that the high taxes is definitely a problem. And looking at this and hearing what I've heard from the constituents way before I was a commissioner. So I'm very well aware of what's going on and would like to see some changes. My question for you is, have you thought of any other solutions outside of this consolidation presentation that you've given on this evening, which just kind of painted kind of a negative impact when it comes to the consolidation piece? My question is, outside of that, do you have any suggestions that you might offer to us, the commissioners and the mayor?
So just to make sure I'm understanding, aside from, are you saying instead of not deconsolidating, other solutions?
Yes.
Okay. So I did want to point out, because it might have been missed. I didn't actually say we should deconsolidate. I can say that for the people outside of Kansas City, Kansas, that they feel like that's absolutely a slam dunk and it would be the right decision. For residents inside Kansas City, Kansas, it actually shocked me to hear how much support there was for not being consolidated. However, that is not something I actually presented this evening. I didn't come up with the plan to separate. That is way above anything that I have gone into. I was just bringing community feedback. Some solutions that I had mentioned and would like to touch on, or the CSC committee actually came up with an idea of the administrator having an activity-based system so that they can show where the money is going. If something is being funded by the unified government, where is that money coming from? Is it coming from the county revenue or is it coming from the city revenue? If there's anything that's combined, which there should be a very clear and concise system for how much from each entity is funding that department, that fund, that initiative, or that investment. Additionally, I would suggest having proportionate investments in all parts of the county. This is something I thought Commissioner Kane would be supportive of, but what we would like to see is areas in the Northeast, areas outside of Kansas City, Kansas, even in South. Residents want to see where their money is going, and they don't want to see it all go to developers for incentives. They want to see that their neighborhoods are clean, that they have a good quality of life, that tax dollars are being invested to benefit them in their everyday life. And so I would encourage pulling back from incentives, even though economic development is a good revenue stream when the money comes in. So much money is going out and the residents aren't seeing where it's going to benefit them. And so that would be really beneficial. Sorry, I have this I can help with. Eliminating pilot would go a really long way for the residents in Wyandotte County, especially Kansas City, Kansas, and Edwardsville. Enforcing the criminal laws in Wyandotte County and Kansas City, Kansas. I know you guys don't really enforce the laws outside of Kansas City, Kansas, but the Sheriff's Department for Wyandotte County, making our neighborhoods safe and our communities safe to live and work. Sorry for all the just trying to think off the top of my head. We discussed revisiting the charter, and I know that that is something that's been looked at by this body before, but really looking at what we can do to limit spending, to limit debt within the charter. And I know it's hard to put limits on ourselves. I've had my own former city manager say, well, you don't want to tie the hands of the governing body. Yes, I do. As the mayor, I do. As a city council person, I did, because this isn't my money, it's the taxpayer money. And so I'd really encourage the commission to look at revisiting that charter and putting limits on the debt, putting limits on the spending, and setting up policy that's going to serve the entire county and not just portions of it around the legends. Sorry, I could probably give you better ideas. Reducing spending would be key. There are a lot of overgrown departments in the unified government. Our health department is well overgrown outside of caring for the physical health of our residents. We have health department working to expunge criminal records. We have health department working on economic development, and we have other departments and other community agencies that work on those things. We have a lot of redundancy, a lot of overlapping. We have top-heavy departments in the UG that can be allowing people to retire, not necessarily moving up the ranks quite so quickly. But there's a lot of room to make cuts, become more efficient, and self-regulate.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Stites.
Stites District 7. Wow. I'm not going to be one that's going to sit here and run you down the road for trying to look out for the folks of all of Wyandotte County. I've heard the same thing. I've been asking now since I've got elected 3 years ago to help me understand the consolidated funds of Wyandotte County and KCK. And I still don't know what they are. Don't know why they're intertwined. Makes no sense to me. It's muddled, it's murky. I think that it is the things that you have identified, some of them. I never once heard you say, let's consolidate. Not one time. I don't care if it was 100 people there or 200,000. They were people, and they all live here in Wyandotte. They all live here in Wyandotte County. I don't care what district they came from. They live in Wyandotte County. Last I checked, I'm a commissioner for District 7 and a Wyandotte County commissioner. So I don't care where they came from. They spoke up, they showed up. You've identified the franchise thing. That's one thing that I think that we can be looking at, right? It doesn't make sense. I think it is wrong for us as a unified government to think that something that was created 25 years ago is still exactly the same and it's all good and we shouldn't make any changes to it or even look at the policies. Because any business or employer, they would do the same exact things with their employees. And when I was on the police department, we got one every single year. I think looking at what is good, what is bad, maybe there's no change that needs to be made at all. Maybe there's some modifications that need to be made, or a bunch of modifications. I don't know what that is because we've never had that. I didn't help write the questions. I apologize if I should have. I would have. But I think the separation of the boards, I think that's a great thing. One of the things that you brought up was the county engineer. I brought this up when I was on city council for Edwardsville. The county, all of Wyandotte County, Bonner Springs and Edwardsville, pays for the county engineer, but the county engineer can't work outside of Kansas City, Kansas. When Bonner Springs or Edwardsville needs to utilize his services, makes no his or her services, his right now. Don't understand that. The transparency, the separation of city and county funds makes a lot of sense to me. I'm gonna say I don't think the folks out at the Legends particularly think that they're slumlords. I'm pretty proud of the Legends. Last I checked, it's not my job as a commissioner to get into the management maintenance agreement between who rents and what the rents are, how they mow the grass. But I'll let others worry about that in my district. But so I appreciate what you've done and on as one person to come forward and to try to shed light on some things that we need to be looking at. And I hope that we as a body take some of the things that you have said and we don't just shelve them like we've done before when we've had studies come in, we get them, we stick them on a shelf, and we go and we spend a bunch of money on them. Well, we didn't spend any money on yours. Zero. Maybe we'd have got a lot more folks come out if we would have invested some money and time and identified locations, but we didn't. So I look forward to having further discussions on how we address some of these issues. And thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Burns.
Thank you for appearing here tonight. Most people in this audience, I think, know that personally, I was against consolidation in 1996. I thought it was coming on too quick. I thought it needed more study. It wasn't a perfect thing, but it got passed. But one thing we all need to keep in mind, and I was asked that question when I was running last year, you were against consolidation, and now why do you want to be on it? Well, the most important thing is, on that day in 1996, the people spoke, and they voted for it, and they voted for consolidation. And I don't think anybody here will ever try to not put the voters first. I'm here. I spent 45 years in the courthouse. I know, don't believe me. I ran to improve this system, not to tear it down. You know, and I think we can do that. And I think everybody on this commission wants to reduce taxes. I'm for tax relief if it's responsible tax cuts only. And I trust you're going to do the same thing out in Edwardsville. That you're going to see what you can cut and cut taxes out there. But I appreciate you coming here. But let's keep in mind the people voted, and that should end the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Maris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. just to end my comments, altogether for the night on this topic. I have never said that I want to continue taxing. I haven't. Every time we have budget, I always say, yes, I want tax relief. But as Commissioner Burns said, let's make it responsible tax relief. You know, our administrator did his job last budget cycle last year to stretch out the red for us so that we can have this discussion, continue to have these discussions. And I'm grateful he was able to do that, to push the red out into the later years, to give us time. I don't know how he did it, but I am very happy that he did it. And I'm very happy the mayor chose him and we consented to him. Because with Mr. Johnston, he tells that as it is. He tells it straight. He doesn't sugarcoat it. He tells it straight to us. But when he tells it, he gives us options. Again, we may not all agree on options, but that's where we all come to the table and we compromise. I'm willing to I will right now tonight, as I've always said, I promise I will compromise on anything and everything that I do. As long as I'm in this seat, I will compromise. But I will compromise to ensure it's in the best interest of my district and all of Wyandotte County. And that goes with tax relief. I know, I hear it. I hear it in my district when I go to community meetings. I know. I understand. I get it from my own family. So I know very well. I get it from my own family. There's never a birthday party or family dinner where I don't hear taxes. So I understand. But I also have a duty to provide services to this community. You mentioned, revenue neutral. Revenue neutral is not a tax cut. Yeah, it's not a tax cut, but it's a service cut. It's a cut to services with increasing expenses. Expenses increase every year. That's never going to stop. And we don't have a mill levy problem. We have a valuation problem. And that part of the problem we don't control. That problem is set in state constitution of how houses are valuated. So I hear you, I really do. I don't want the messaging to go out in the community that I don't care, that I don't listen. I do. We are stuck between a rock and a hard place because we want to provide tax relief, but we also have to provide the services. We have to provide public safety. We have to provide parks and rec, youth programs. And some of us may not agree that that's the role of government. But that's the beauty of what government is and being an elected official, is having those tough discussions. And so I hear you, and I promise that I will do my job to represent my district, to compromise where I think is the best, is in the best interest of my community. I do love this community. I was born and raised in this community. I don't see myself leaving this community anytime soon. I love Rosedale. I love Argentine. And so I hear you. I want to work with everybody, but we all need to come to the table and have fair game. It needs to be fair for everybody. No pointing fingers, because when we get to the game of pointing fingers, then it's not fair. Then it becomes a one-sided argument and a one-sided fight. We all love this community. We all love this county. Let's put away the differences, have a seat, and get the job done that we were all elected to do. Thank you.
This might be empowering to some of the commission, but just to explain a little bit of how the property appraisals affect the taxes for your residents is when the mill levy comes out each year is based on the budget that this body sets, or the budget that my governing body in Edwardsville sets. And so that's based on how much the expenses are going to be and how much revenue needs to be brought in. When somebody's tax appraisal increases, that does not automatically increase their tax bill. You do. The elected body does. We do in Edwardsville. We're the ones that raise the taxes. It's not the appraiser, and it's not the inflation, and it's not that the real estate market has gone up. Because what happens is our county administrator comes before you and says, here's the amount that the valuation is for Wyandotte County this year. What mill levy do you want? What budget do you want to set? And then based on the budget you set, determines these guys' tax bill. And so to say it's based on the state, to say it's based on the appraiser, say it's based on inflation or the rising market is shifting the blame to something that you can't help. But the truth is you're the one that sets your own budget. And I have to remind this to our Edwardsville governing body as well. And when we bring up taxes, they go, oh, but what about the community college? And what about the county? And what about the state? And I say, we're responsible for our portion of the tax bill of our residents in our city. And so that's what I'm asking for you as our Board of Commissioners to just take responsibility for your portion of the tax bill and not blame the state or the real estate market, but you're the ones that are making the decisions. You guys are the ones setting the budgets. And if we need to cut services or investment incentives, then maybe that's what we need to do.
Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Mayor, for the presentation. I actually just have a couple of questions, Mayor, that I'm hoping to have staff clarify. You spoke of consolidated funds, and I know that we have consolidated parks, but I'm not aware of other consolidated funds. And with your permission, Mayor, perhaps the budget director or the CFO could answer. The other two comments are asking for a clear city and county budget, which we do now. And they're both very clearly defined. That's all I would ask for, Mayor, is just for the budget director to tell everybody what funds are consolidated.
The one fund that we do have consolidated is the Consolidated Parks Fund.
And it's
all
the
all
only
the other
consolidated
funds-
fund.
All the other funds are either a city or a county fund.
And so
we
are you,
certify them to the state as that,
thank you.
as a city or county fund
So we vote on a city budget
and a county budget.
and we vote on a county budget, and we set those two separate mill levies, and we don't commingle those monies. Would you say that's true?
No, we do not commingle the city and the county.
And we
what submit
spend
to the state.
county funds on county departments, is that correct?
That is true.
And we spend city funds on city departments.
So we do have some departments that we spend city money. So for instance, like a legal department, we do
Legal.
spend city money on it and county money.
Because it covers the city
Yeah.
and the county. And I know we had a brief conversation in one of our workshops about the fire department because of the dispatch system.
Yeah, so this dispatch in the fire department is funded by the county because it services.
Because
the whole
it
county.
services the entire
But the
county.
Rest of the fire department is a city function.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that because when we work on our budgets, as we're doing right now, we hear from county departments and they tell us what their needs are, or at a minimum, they tell our administrator. We hear from city departments and they tell the administrator what their needs are. And I realize it's our job at that point to determine, can everybody have what they want or not? But we really don't commingle those monies, and we do adopt two separate budgets, and we do track them independently of each other. And the only other comment really is, I'm sure it's true in portions of the city budget, but it seems to be especially true in portions of the county budget that we are funding mandated offices.
Yes, on the county budget, yes. So the sheriff's department is mandated, district attorney is mandated, registered deeds and district court. They're all
And the
mandated on
election
it.
commissioner,
Yes.
as well as motor vehicle, frankly, because the state mandates that we license our cars. So thanks. That's all I had.
So just to clarify, last year, when you guys voted on the budget, you voted on the county and city mill levies in one vote. Those were not separate votes and those were not separate budgets that you voted on behalf of the unified government of Wyandotte County. There are several, well, there might be one consolidated fund. There are several departments and initiatives that are funded from both the city and the county. And one of them is sitting before me this evening, which is the UG Commissioners and Mayor and County Administrator Office. And so those are funded by both county revenue and city revenue. What's not clear is in all these departments, county public works, you'll find that under the county list of funding. How much of that is funded by the county and how much of that is funded by the city? It's not clear. It's not easy to find. And if you guys have that information, that would be great. That was part of that presentation earlier, but it's not very transparent if it is out there. And I'm telling you that when I've asked people within the UG, they just don't know where the money is coming from.
So one of the departments that are funded by both the city and the county, we do fund the city portion 70%, and then the county portion is 30%.
I would just ask, I'm sorry, Mayor, did you? If we feel like the county actually makes up for 30% of your time, if the county would actually make up for 30% of expenses of public works or the legal department, it is highly unlikely that even the legal department spends 30% of their time on county business as opposed to Kansas City, Kansas business. When we just heard, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, so I'm not sure because this was news to me. When he said the dispatch was funded from county, it was really interesting to me because Edwardsville contributes to dispatch and Bonner contributes to dispatch. Hopefully Kansas City, Kansas, with their huge police and fire departments compared to ours, are funding dispatch and not just the county funds. So if we have a clear answer to that, that would be great. If not, we can dive into it later. But it's just one of those things, again, it's just not very clear.
Thank you, County Administrator.
I guess to help try wind down here, you're right. We have internal services departments, and I think the big efficiency is we have one purchasing department for two governments. We have one legal department for two governments. They're shared costs. And therefore, instead of having two separate staffs, we have one. That's the primary area where we have shared expenses. And we do have an open process. If you look at our county departments, you'll see what is paid, what positions are paid, and some, like me, I'm paid out of county and of the city, and I should be. And do I say 70-30? Some weeks it is. Some weeks it's 80 county and 10 city. I don't really measure that. I just have unified government responsibilities, as do all these shared departments. So it's easy to say, let's pigeonhole and say 70% of your time is always going to go to, it doesn't work that way. You're in government, you know it doesn't work that way. So it's kind of unfair to bring that type of contention here. In my 1 year here, yeah, I found some financial challenges and surprises. But I'm going to tell you something. We are trying to be good public stewards of all the public's money. We are accountable. We are transparent. We are open. We have public engagement. We had a bunch of dot talks that you mentioned. We can't make citizens go there. Some like to go there, some don't. So we provide opportunity, and government sometimes can only provide opportunity, but we can't make citizens come. We do have open processes. Our books are always open. You can call, you can ask questions. We encourage that, but we also have needs that and expectations that you're not aware of. So I just want to
It's, I think, part of my responsibility to defend the good work that's being done by all my 2,300 employees and for these 11 elected officials. They've said that they appreciate the information that you brought. They always ask us questions for new ideas and approaches. We answer them directly. So again, the information you gave us is valuable. We had some questions on sample size and all that. That's been answered, but it is good information because I've been at meetings and I've said perfectly, we have public concerned about high taxes. But we also have in our dot talks, you want to drop taxes. We don't have this revenue in the general fund. What are you willing to cut? More often than not, we hear from the citizens, we don't want cut services, we just want cut taxes. And there's the conundrum. And therefore, we have public debate with 11 elected officials, an open process. And we'll continue to have that open. If the citizens of Edwardsville want to be part of the county discussions, they're more than welcome to be part of that because you're part of the county. So that's what I have to say. It's good to have citizen input. We appreciate you and your committee and bringing this information to light. So we'll continue to investigate what does it mean to be good stewards in 2024 in the future? And what does that mean? And we'll have those discussions with my elected officials.
Thank you, Administrator. Commissioner Stites.
Stites, District 7. So I'm not sure if it is or isn't, but this is a suggestion that maybe we could have going forward. If the county administrator meets with the city mayors of the other two cities and maybe their city managers to maybe keep them informed as to what's going on within our county, maybe that would be something that could occur on a regular basis. I don't know if that's happening now or not.
Very little, very little.
I didn't hear.
It's very little. We should.
Okay, well, and I'm not going to say, well, there you go. There's the problem. There's the problem. I'm not going to say that. If we could maybe build on that relationship a little bit, maybe that helps bridge this gap that people might be feeling. And I appreciate you saying that we can work on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lopez.
Yeah, I have some great ideas where we can save money and we won't have to cut funding. Some great ideas. You know, we're needing to buy, we bought some salt trucks, but things like that for public works. And I'm like, why are we even dealing with American equipment? We could buy the trucks ourselves on chassis. We can go to the companies that are in, I think it's Ohio. I found the beds that they need. We bring it all here. We put it together. I don't know how many times I've been over at Public Works. It's just like seeing all the space mechanics. Like we can do it. We can put it. I've even had meetings with the fleet manager or the fleet director. I'm like, we could just save so much money. I think we're getting hit for 300 some thousand, I think, for a truck, something like that. And I was doing the math. I was like, dude, it's just costing us like 80 grand. We could save so much money. Why are we even using American equipment? We can put it together ourselves. I have my own trucks. I have my own hydraulics, and they build their own hydraulic lines. I'm like, well, we're already there. Then I had we talked about waste management, where I think it's like 17 trash trucks to service Wyandotte County. And one of the options I think was maybe we talk about we bought 17 trucks at 500,000 a piece. We don't have to do. I got on my truck trader, my equipment, where I buy my equipment. I found 3 trash trucks that they're 06, but they're in good shape for 10 grand a piece. We can do that ourselves. Why don't we recycle and then take those plastics and sell to the plastic companies and put that money towards the mill levy? There's so many. There's a couple of things I'm working on right now that I've got to get with a tax attorney to find out how we get the money that we turn legally, get it, because we're a municipality. It would go towards our mill levy. There's so many great, and there's other like investments that invest, why are you, I'm asking, why are we even dealing with them? These guys are on the hook with, they're already in trouble with something else, but we're doing business with them. Why? What? That scares me. But no, so it's just different. And then I had, we needed fire trucks, and then we're going to deal with Bank of America. When I'm like, whoa, why? When the regional manager with U.S. Bank wants to do business, he wants to do government loans, and he wants to beat anybody in town. We should be kicking down his front door. So there's so many things that I believe that we can do. We just put our heads together and stop. We're just so focused on, and I don't mean any disrespect for anybody in this room at all, but we got to remember, like, Johnson County leaders come from business sense families. It seems like we have, and I've seen it time and time again, even with my own family, where we run up the credit card and then refi the house, pay the credit card off, and then do it again next year. You buy a house for 50,000, now you're in it for 200-300 because you keep refining. We should just take back, we just go visit Johnson County and start taking notes. And wow, this, I love their attitude. Like, we don't care who you are, you're going to be in our city, you're going to pay. That's all there is to it. Take it or leave it, and they're thriving and we're struggling. But anyway, all right, thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, Mayor. Appreciate you. And all your information and your work, it's greatly appreciated. In the interest of time, I know we do have to move on.
Yes, we'll have to wrap up. I did want to just mention that while there may not have been a huge turnout to my community meetings, there was a lot of support. I'm very, very confident in the questionnaire and the consensus of the residents who have come out. I don't discount them whatsoever. In fact, the budget department brought to you guys results from your community meetings that had many, many less people show up and asked you to make policy on behalf of those community meetings that had 8 to 10 people in the room. And so what I'm doing is I'm bringing these before you. I know you've got a hard job. I'm used to sitting on the other side of this. I understand. It's not great news to hear. It's not easy. I'm not coming down here saying, let's burn the place down, but I am saying your residents want change. Your residents want accountability. Guessing how much money from outside Kansas City, Kansas as a resident, and I know I'm not here just on behalf of Edwardsville, but saying, well, we just guess how much money from the county is going into a fund. That's not good enough. I'm sorry. That's just not good enough when that's my residents' tax dollars and Bonner residents and Loring tax dollars, and saying we're going to throw this into a Kansas City, Kansas fund, and we're just going to kind of guess on how much money to put in it from day to day. We need better systems. In fact, the group that researched consolidation had better systems that we're ignoring. And so I'm just asking that you guys take this to heart. Look over the information. No, it wasn't a pat on the back. Sorry. But it's how your residents feel. Thank you.
Mayor, appreciate your time. Thank you so much. I'd just like to say, I believe that the takeaway, I really want to applaud Mayor Cahar and Mayor Harrington. And I did stand with them. I agree. After over 25 years worth of consolidation, what organization in America, I've been to conferences of mayors and I've asked them this question. Do not look at their ordinances and their charters. We don't. I can tell you the values of 1997 probably have changed from where we're at today. You can just look at our society and things that have changed since 1997. I believe that the spirit of Constitution and what it was all about is relevant today. There's no doubt in my mind. I applaud the Consolidation Committee, the leadership, Mayor Marinovich, and everybody that said we need to change. But as time has gone on, and I'm looking at things when I became mayor, it is time that we take a hard look at our charter. I have found things in the charters that, and I'll give you an example, and I had to bring it before this commission. I don't know if this commissioner remembers that. There were term limits for commissioners. And I found that. I do a lot of reading and studying just because of my background in law enforcement. I was also an executive that had to balance budgets. I didn't have a choice. I already got fired. And I know, based on what I had to do, not just as a police officer, executive police officer, even when I was on the board with the Board of Trustees at the community college, and I was led the finance committee. And when I got hired on as the public safety director over in Kansas City, Missouri with the Housing Authority, those are things we just did, and it's good business and good practice. And so I don't think anyone's talking about deconsolidation. I know that some of the residents are seeing those as viable options if things don't change. As the mayor, yes, we've got great people doing great things. We have the #1 tourist attraction in the state of Kansas. Yes, there's a lot of great things that as mayor I can tout about this town. But there's a lot of ugly things about this town that makes me ashamed to say that I'm the mayor of this town. And I've talked about when you go east of 635 and you look how it's been disinvested, disenfranchised, and redlined, that's a problem for me. And it should be a problem for everyone in this room that talks about equity. When you look at food deserts and places in our town, pockets that look like third world countries, yes, that's a problem for me. I think that we can do better as a unified government, and that's what this is all about. It's not to point fingers. It's not to say anybody was wrong or you're right or vice versa. How do we become a better, not just unified government, but a better unified community? And one of the things that I've committed to people that I talk to everywhere is that I'm going to be community driven. I've heard some of the conversation about, what is and what isn't, but I challenge every commissioner to come with me on any given day, and you can look at me. I'm out there every day, 7 days a week. If I'm not here in this building, because I feel that's my job to do. And everywhere I go in all 4 corners of Wyandotte County, the #1 and 2 issues, and I said this before I got elected, and I've said it after I've got elected, is property taxes and DPU pilot. It doesn't matter what race, what nationality, what demographic, what persuasion, it's the same thing at every social economic level. And so I'm going to continue to challenge this commission to take a pause and listen. I've heard Commissioner Mayer say, we need to sit around the table. I wholeheartedly agree. We need to quit talking about it and start being about it. And let's get to the table and get the job done for the people of Wyandotte County. And the table is open. I will set the table and anybody can come to it. Bonner, Edwardsville, Loring, Lake Corvera, every commissioner. Let's get it done for the people of Wyandotte County because people are hurting. Chester Owens was one of those people that I said I sat in his living room with and said, this community isn't getting better and it's getting worse. And he sat up here as a city council member. As your mayor, that bothers me. I don't like hearing those stories. I'm here to fix it, but I can't fix it by myself. I said it from day one. I don't know what the politics is. I don't get it because I'm not a real politician. It's not my background. Never has been. I just believe in finding real solutions to real problems that we know affect the lives of real people every single day. I'm a problem solver. I was in community policing. That's what I did. but I can't do it alone. When you talk about community, it takes all of us. And I want to say thank you to the commissioners that have come back to the table and started having those conversations. Thank you, because I know that was a call for action from me to you for the last couple of years. I can say we do have a good county administrator, and I ask this community to be patient. I chose him because of his experience, his expertise in turning things around. We went from being in the red in 2026 to that being pushed out. He heard the call to action and he worked with staff, and staff got it done. And they need to be applauded for that, because that was a concern for me. I don't like operating in the red. There's still a lot of work to be done, because getting us out of the red still requires tax increases. And so I've challenged this commission to identify what are essential services. Someone said, well, Mayor, you identify them. Okay, I'll tell you: public safety, infrastructure, parks, and basic administrative services mandated by state law, and everything else should be on the table. Sometimes it's not easy to lead, but the people put you in this position to be great leaders. And I think every one of you have that capability. And hard decisions are going to have to be made. If they say they want tax cuts, if they say they want BPU pilot relief, let's get it done. And I've also said that when we get it done, there's going to be shared sacrifice in this community by this unified government and by all those people out there that are saying they want these cuts. But there's a path forward. And that path has worked in the past for this community, and that is economic development, anchoring people right here in Wyandotte County with residentials, bringing in good businesses, and making sure, and I've heard it before, that the incentives are responsible and we're not giving away the farm. Because anybody that wants to be here should be a good neighbor and want to pay their fair share. And I can tell you this administrator sees that. These are just some suggestions, and I got plenty more, and I'm willing to work with our commissioners to find these solutions, because they exist. I know they exist, and I know we can get it done. But we cannot continue to tax, spend, borrow, deplete our reserve fund, and expect our residents to be happy. There was a report that came out. I don't know if any of you saw it. We've lost almost 4,000 residents. I predicted that. I have people telling me when I go out, Mayor, as much as I like you, I'm moving if they raise my taxes one more time. That's real. And if you don't believe me, I challenge anybody, come with me. If you don't believe I'm out here every day, then you're not paying attention. I'm in this community every single day. Sometimes I don't come home to 10, 11 o'clock at night. 7 days a week. That's my commitment to this community. But what I'm committed to even more is delivering for the people that said they wanted better. And so I have confidence in our county administrator. I have confidence in this commission. And I just, at some point, we just got to quit playing politics and get the job done for the great people of Wyandotte County. They deserve so much better. Now, great things are happening. And one thing, and we're going to get into the budget talk, and one thing that I want to let this commission know, I am working with those commissioners that do meet with me and having these hard conversations. I'm working with our administrator and I'm working with staff. It is going to be a real tight budget, and I know the community is going to have an opportunity to speak shortly on some of their budget concerns. One thing that I will be proposing to you all is an across the board 25% of all future development, no matter what it is in Wyandotte County, that 25% be put towards in ordinance, property tax, and BPU pilot relief moving forward, dedicated. So we don't get into the perception that was a promise made, as some have told me, from Village West, and that promise was never realized. Also, we're looking at BPU pilot, and we do believe there's some room. The administrator has assured me that he's going to vet that thoroughly. But right now it's looking promising where we may be able to take the actual pilot off the bill, because I've said it from day one. I don't believe that anybody should get cut off from their pilot or from their utility bill for not paying a pilot. They should only get cut off for not paying the actual services that they utilize, which is water, electric, and any administrative fees. These are the type of things conversations I want to have you all. There's a lot more ideas that I have. I think we can get to where we can give real dedicated tax relief and expanding our tax base by bringing in great economic development opportunities. I've talked to developers, they're ready. But it also, when we talk about looking at our charter and our policies, the biggest thing, and I've talked to our administrator about this and some of our staff members, is the bureaucracy of doing business here at the unified government. It is very hard to get from permit to shovel ready. And some folks have gotten just disgusted and they throw their hands up and they say, we're leaving. And then this commission, I want to work with you. We need to talk not just about who we are, but who should we be? I don't believe that we should implement policies that are going to import poverty to our community. Because that's the perception that a lot of our fellow communities have of this parts of this town, not all of it. We cannot become a home base for homelessness and a portal for poverty. And we've got to pay close attention for poverty profiteers that aren't here to make people, get them from point A to point B and get them to be sustainable, self-sufficient, tax-paying individuals. They're here, some of them, because they know they're going to get grant money. They're going to keep feeding these folks, but they have no programs to help these individuals become self-sufficient. We've got to identify those folks. We need programs that actually work to help our individuals that are in need, our indigent population. But what we can't do is we can't open a floodgate through policy to develop the type of housing and services and those things that we know are going to continue to keep this community mired down with individuals that really aren't going to have the financial capacity to contribute. We have enough poor people, and I've talked to a lot of our own social service agencies. They are struggling just to meet the needs of the people that we have now. And so the call to action I have is that we really focus on our poor, those individuals that have mental wellness challenges, are homeless, and let's work on creating policies that really solidify helping those folks. So thank you, Mayor. Thank you for that information and looking forward as that conversation continues. That takes us to our next item, which is the regular consent agenda. Do any members of the commission, county administrator, wish to set aside any item on the regular consent agenda? If an item is not set aside, all items on the regular consent agenda will be voted on by one vote. All right. Seeing that there's no discussion, there's a motion and a second. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call. Lopez.
Aye.
Stites. Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows. Burns.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Hill. Kane. Motion carries.
Thank you. That takes us to our next item. We have one item scheduled, and it's a public hearing on the 2025 budget process. I'll start off, and I'm going to turn it over to our county administrator, David Johnson. He's going to open that up for us.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Has been the process of other budget, other years. We do have an early public hearing session that is directed by our budget director, Reggie Lindsay, and start with an overview of the budget, and then it will be opened for public comment. Reggie?
Good evening, Mayor Gorner and elected body. Tonight, we're going to talk about 2025 city and county budget. First public hearing, initial public hearing. We have two public hearings throughout the year. This is the first one. There is one that will happen in August. The one that happens in August is mandatory. We have this first one just to allow the public to give input on the 2025 budget process. So in January, we started our 2025 budget process internally. And then we had our first budget workshop in February with the commission. So our goals tonight is share community feedback we received to date on the 2025 city and county budget priorities, Also to provide an opportunity for the community to engage in the 2025 budget process, and also to continue to encourage ongoing engagement through our budget simulator, which will be up until Monday, June the 10th. Some of the budget initiatives that we have built into the budgets, the last summers, including the summer of 2022 and 2023, is that we did cut the county general fund meal by 2 mills. We did that for the 2023 budget. We also established a county infrastructure fund that contributes money to Bonner Springs and Edwardsville and the city of Kansas City, Kansas. We also increased funding to Parks and Rec to provide upgraded amenities and also more programming. We also expanded the BPU pilot relief programs that we have. And what we did there is we opened it up to our senior citizen rebate. We opened that up to people with disabilities. Also, we made the income qualifications. They were $25,000 and a raise of $40,000. And then the same people that qualify for that program for a year, they will not have to pay pilot from a program that was set up by you all as a commission. We also delayed financial red from 2026 to where you can't even see any red in our financial models and in our long-term financial models for the next 5 years. We also identified incremental efficiencies in our budget, which included the way we track capital projects. Also, we eliminated some vacant positions over the years, and then also just revenue recognition that we're doing. So some of the things that you as a commission set out with our county administrator is in this budget season, we set out 4 priorities with him, and that's to uphold physical sustainability, foster economic development, and focus on service and communication, and also improve infrastructure.
Your mic on.
Yes.
Could you speak a little louder? I think there's some people that would like to hear what
Okay.
you're saying, and there's people online wanting to listen to that can't hear. Thank you.
So during the 2025 budget process, what we've been doing so far, I want to share a few of those things. By the time we present the budget on August the 8th, the proposed budget that County Administrator Johnston will present, we would have had 6 budget workshops. We've also had 5 budget dot talks throughout the community. We had over 60 people that participated in those. And then we also have the city and county budget simulator, where we had 110 city responses and 75 county responses. And while we know that our budget engagement, we are been working on trying to get more people to come to our budget engagements just over the years. And this year we've been coming up with new ideas. So we've done a strength and weakness analysis on what we can do to improve that. But some of the strengths from the budget engagement is it provides in-person engagement and fosters a better understanding of the UG budget and what it does and does not include. It gives a community small group conversations to create a better understanding of the many trade-offs in the budget process. And it provides a forum for asking questions and receiving answers and supports trust in the process. And there's some of the weaknesses that we do know that are out there with the budget engagement that we are constantly trying to improve. Attendance is highly variable and relatively low during a busy time of the calendar year. Also, community members seek more direct interaction with leadership responsible for making decisions. Small teams that we have with employees makes it difficult for us to host more than 5 sessions across the community. This year we did increase the amount of budget dot talks we had. Past years we've had 3 dot talks, and this year we did expand it to 5. And then the simulator that we use, we do know it is just that it is a simulation, and still refers to previous commission priorities, and budget consequences do need to be further refined. So some of the opportunities there is we would like to introduce additional channels to promote the budget simulator, offer virtual and in-person opportunities to engage in Spanish, and continue to improve the budget simulator for those who are unable to attend. Some of the threats with the budget engagement that we have is there is a general misunderstanding of the function of the unified government, and it makes it confusing for the public as they participate in the budget process. The budget is a complex monster, and it is a lot of issues such as debt, obligations, and revenue neutral conversations that happen. And sometimes they do get difficult to explain within a relatively short time that we're given. So on the screen are QR codes for our budget simulator that will be open until Monday, June the 10th. And there's a simulator for both Kansas City, Kansas, and also Wyandotte County. So I'd like to share some of the input that we did get from our budget talks. And we have those, presenting those to you by our priorities. So the first one is priorities uphold physical sustainability. So one thing we did hear from the community is that there definitely are people out there that want lower taxes and want lower pilot, and they would like to reduce the pilot as it impacts more people. They'd also like targeted relief, such as relief for seniors, also disabled, and residential versus commercial. They also would like us as unified government to find additional revenue sources, and mainly charges for non-residents. And I also would like us to lower our spending. We did run into a group of community members who feel that they'd like to maintain the tax rates that we have and also the pilot we have, because they want to make sure that the services they have do not diminish. Also, there's a foster economic development priority. And some of the things that we heard from the public there was to invest in economic development. And they like to see us hire economic development staff, address housing and the unhoused, fix our zoning code, expand access to transportation, and help support small businesses. They like us to find new revenue sources and move the land bank back to a productive use more quickly, and also look into sales tax and creating an earnings tax for Wyandotte County, and looking at our fees for services. With priority number 3, which is focus on services and communications, some of the messaging that we got from the community is there definitely is some distrust out there with the unified government. And there was comments that indicated a desire for more information, such as access to Spanish materials, services, and engagement. Then improved infrastructure, priority number 4. What we heard from the community, they like to see us invest in our roads and parks. They'd like to see us right-size assets where necessary and pull funding from public safety to support infrastructure. So upcoming budget dates that will be going on, we have a budget workshop on June the 27th. That will be our 6th budget workshop, and it's scheduled our last budget workshop before County Administrator Johnson presents his 2025 proposed budget. Also on that night, full commission will be bringing a not exceeding revenue neutral resolution. And then on August 8th, again, that's when County Administrator presents his 2025 proposed budget. August the 15th is when we'll have a budget workshop after the proposed budget has been presented, where we'll go through it, discuss that with the elected body. And then on Monday, August the 26th, we'll have our second public hearing. And then August 29th is where we'll have our budget adoption. So the guidelines for tonight's public hearing is each speaker is limited to 3 minutes on any of the following: address the misconceptions about the role of the unified government in setting the mill, levy / property taxes for all taxing jurisdictions. Also enhance the understanding of city and county budgets, including raise awareness about financial realities that we face, and improve participation in the budget process overall. And please keep in mind, if someone has shared your talking points, please consider deferring your time to someone else so all perspectives can be heard and shared tonight. Turn it over for the public hearing.
Thank you, Reggie. At this time, I will open the meeting up for public comment. You will be given up to 3 minutes to state your comments. Before speaking, please be sure to announce your name and residence for the record. Comments should be limited to the topic at hand per the commission rules of procedure. Comments should not include any rude or derogatory remarks, reflections as to integrity, abusive comments, and statements as to the motives and personalities. Clerk, do we have anyone who has submitted written comments?
Yes, I have one written comment from Trina Crawford.
Please read.
As one of the most excessively taxed communities in the Kansas City metropolitan area, I find out extremely difficult to instances why the highway street maintenance projects extend to months and years for completion. Why are our contractors given the opportunity to delay, postpone, and abandon the projects they've been hired to provide? There are a plethora of disparities that plague our community, causing a collapse in the state of our unity. I'm challenged with the thought of having entities that are collecting my money who are not even having thorough communication with one another. It is shameful to think that the organizations that are in bed together don't care to communicate effectively and intentionally about the community they both represent. We don't need more conversations about what to do. We need people who have a heart to lift the yoke of poverty off the necks of those who have to carry the financial burden. Those are the only written comments the clerk's office received.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody in the chambers who has signed up to speak?
We had one individual, David Meditz.
Please proceed.
I believe Mr. Meditz has left.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there anyone wishes to speak on this issue? Please state your name, address for the record, and you will have 3 minutes.
My name is Noam Osorio. My address is 2622 North 54th Street.
And I'm Daniel Angel Franco, 5026 Kimball Avenue. And so this was originally a school project we had for school to improve parks. And now that we graduated, we want to continue on improving these parks.
So one of our biggest questions is how can we increase resources for our parks without increasing taxes? Well, we came up with a few solutions like funding parks through grants, fundraising, corporate sponsorships, reallocating tax dollars to enhance the quality of parks, such as adding more playground activities, adding lights for the parks that extend hours at night. And then we also decided that we wanted to improve parks first, for it brings the community a lot more together. And it improves mental health, well-being, and reduces screen time a lot from the public.
And also, so like he stated, to reduce screen time, we want a lot of kids in Wyandotte County to, instead of have a lot of screen time on their phones, to go out and play in parks and live a regular life like as a child. Like my little nephew, like we grew up, yeah. So he's been a lot of time on the iPad, and going to a park really distracts him from getting enough, like too much screen time on his iPad. And just, we really want to improve parks.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, do we have people who signed up to speak?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, we did have additional people. First one is David Haley.
Good evening. I'm David Haley, and I'm a member of the Board of Public Utilities Vice President of the board. Currently, I am not here speaking on behalf of the board. I'm speaking as an individual who has garnered different information. I only mention that though because being on the board, I hear quite a bit about one of the items of substantive items that are under consideration, that being the pilot or the reallocation of how that pilot is. As has been stated, it is significantly higher. I know that you're here to look at the resources, ladies and gentlemen, that you have and how they'll be allocated in the budget. And so to ask for a rearrangement or even perhaps a reduction of the revenue that's being generated is perhaps counterintuitive to the process that you have here. And it is my individual, again, I'm not speaking on behalf of the BPU board, but as someone who hears so much for what the public relations look like for that capacity in which you serve and that I serve across the way at the BPU as the ostensibly the collector of the pilot and other surcharges, including but not limited to the new one, the stormwater, which we're hearing so much about. At the end of the day, the revenue that's generated and how it's allocated will be your province. And that budget is something that I know that you're charged with and that you'll do diligently. I'm only asking for a bifurcation of those charges that we collect. Again, the pilot, trash, various other fees that we collect as a province of the UG. We, the BPU, are subsidiary of the UG, and we're required to collect those. But from the standpoint of public relations, as you go through this process, we know that 11.9% is one of the highest pilots that is, and as has been pointed out through presentations, a lot of people don't know where it's going. There's no
1 minute
accountability.
remaining.
And I would appreciate very much if you might consider bifurcating, as we've had some discussion about those bills, so that we, the tax collector or the UG collector at the BPU, no longer bear the onus of that decision, that difficult decision that you have to make with the budget process. I thank you for your patience with me in that consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Haley.
Our next speaker is Daryl Hall. Mr. Hall has left the meeting. And the last speaker that we have signed up is Tashir Mank. And I believe she's also left the meeting. Those are all the individuals I have.
Those are all the signed up. Is there anyone present that would care to speak to this item?
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Fannie Hill. I live in Wyandotte County. I want to thank Commissioner Evelyn, Commissioner Bynum, Commissioner Sykes for the powerful meeting that we had. I think we made some headway, and I've heard mostly everything on the proposal said tonight that I presented to them. Because like Mr. Owens said, until we come together, we're not going to get anywhere. We're going to keep sinking in the sand. Commissioners, you can't do it. The community can't do it. The mayor can't do it, but together we can do it. And in that proposal, I asked for a seat at the table, not just for the commissioners and the mayors, but for the people, because we have some great ideas. We're not trying to get to the table to tell you what to do or take any power from you or to run anything. We just want some power and a seat at the table to help come up with some solutions. Because I'm working on a budget and I see plenty money that can be moved around. Commissioner Lopez, I have to commend you. I appreciate you. I can tell you are a poor businessman who made it because you believed in sacrificing and you believed in budgeting. You're looking for deals. You're negotiating. You're a businessman that strive to make it. And it's not always easy. You have to go for cheaper prices. You have to discount prices. You have to negotiate with investors. And that's something I've been saying all along, because, you know, I was talking to the commissioners about getting rid of the grant money for the casino. There's grants coming from everywhere. Do we have to give them when at a time when we can't afford it, we say, to keep our taxes down? Put that money in the general fund. The fire department getting way more money than the police department. Bring them down to where the police department are and put that money in the general fund. Commissioner Sykes said 5% budget. Everybody can find 5%. I'm working on a budget. There's a lot of money that can go in the general fund, but we don't have to raise the taxes.
1 minute
And we
remaining.
want a seat at the table just to help come up with some solutions. You know, great minds working together can come up with a great solution. So I'm still asking you all to take a look at that proposal and pray about it. Pray about it. I'm certainly praying about it, because if we don't come together, I've been fighting for unity since 2013, putting all my heart, soul, and mind into bringing this community together, because I know divided we will fall. And I don't want to see us fall. And I know together we will stand. And that's why I fight for unity, because I know that's the only way we're going to stand.
Thank you, Ms. Fanny. Robert Carl, 3619 North 67th Street, Kansas City, Kansas. So I guess this is our guideline, so I'll try to fit in here. So in this enhanced understanding of city and county budgets, I'd like to appreciate Mayor Kay Har for doing what she did. A lot more participation than the county did with our taxpayer dollars. But it would be nice to see percentages. This is probably not the main your budget presentation, which probably has all the pie charts and the bar charts and the whatnot, but it'd be nice to see at least some form of replication to what Mayor Kahar did in chance of percentages. I've taken this, I've taken the simulator. They are very biased questions towards a growing government and not towards a compromise. So there are definitely some things I think could be improved in enhancing that form. As far as improved participation in the budget process, for County Administrator Johnson, I know my very first, or one of my first moments coming ever to a commission meeting was in 2022. And Commissioner Bynum at the time had mentioned in connection with the budget that she was going to have some homework that she was going to do for us, that she said she was going to do, and in the form of she was going to get to the bottom of finding out what all those services were, where all that money is going, what NGOs are getting it. So when you mention just a clarification question, I don't know if you're allowed to answer one of my questions, but when you go to these little meetings, the dot talks, whatever else it is, and you ask the people what services, you're going to have to cut services, name some services. Do you have a list of all the services that you provide them? Because I know it's astronomical, and Ms. Bynum's looked for them too, and they're all over the place. NGOs, so many different places that this county is just handing out money. If you could provide the people with an actual list of services, then we have something to go off of. Other than that, it's just some nebulous that's
1
going
minute
to
remaining.
override everybody's mental capacity to even understand, because it's just so astronomical. When you think of got to clean my house, right? If you think of the whole picture, oh my goodness, I got too much to clean. You just get overwhelmed. Sometimes you don't do it at all. So I'd love to see a breakdown of where exactly all that money is going, what NGOs to help with what Bynum was tasked herself with doing about 2 years ago. And then address any misconceptions. This the one has to do with more, I know the pilot, that you got a lot of fees that you say are not taxes. Oh, we're getting taxed. But in reference of relief, relief to me is more in essence, the amount that you're taxing people didn't change. You're just now budgeting for a certain amount of money now to go to certain groups of people for relief. But that the amount you're taxing didn't go down.
Your
So
time
my
has expired.
clarification would be just real quick, with the relief for understanding the process, might be my misconception. How can we, instead of trying to budget for relief, get a tax reduction instead and benefit everybody instead of just certain groups for votes? Thank you.
Good evening again, Carolyn Wyatt, 4th and Troop. I'm not going to talk about you, county administrator. I'm just going to talk about the streets. The streets are the main streets. I think that whoever's over that, I know we have a new person in that department, but I think they need to ride those streets and see which ones need to be fixed. But you got Parallel Parkway, you got Minnesota, you got State Avenue, you got Leavenworth Road, and even part of the inner city viaduct on the Kansas side, when you enter off of Minnesota, as you go onto the inner city viaduct, there are some big dips in there. So I'm just saying, the streets, I think they need to take a look at the streets, what needs to be done on our streets. Thank you.
Pamela Penn Hicks, KCK resident. I would like to ask that when we do these budget talks and have these meetings, that we use a different tool than the budget simulator, because that tool uses what I consider something that should never be used when you're trying to get consensus from the community, which is fear. When you set up the dynamic for this scenario and then this outcome is going to be what will happen if you reduce or change the amount of money that's going into a particular department, that doesn't respect the fact that your community is highly capable of understanding information when it's presented to them in a manner that relates to where they live, how we budget our own households, how we budget. So I would like to not use that budget simulator next year. I would like for the information to be available, as the gentleman said, to give us more information about where the money is going, how it's being spent. And I really think that we have an opportunity here, as we asked Mr. Johnston last year, to give us a real budget that addresses the services that we need. And Mayor, you said there were some essential things that we had to have. But beyond that, what else can we afford to do to start to address the issues that the community has identified? I'd like to see that piece put in as well. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, and also County Administrator Angel Ferrara, 5033 State Avenue. I know it's been a long night, but I really just wanted to take 1 minute of your time to really acknowledge Miss Samantha and Mr. Danny. You've heard from them tonight, and just really proud of these future young leaders to have the courage tonight to come to the public hearing. What started as a high school assignment for them, and they just graduated 3 weeks ago. But they felt so passionate about this project, they came to the department and they said, we need to get this information out. What can we do? They had already had this day on their schedule to come before the commission to kind of say their piece and asked us for advice, but also wanted to share that they will be coming before Park Board next Wednesday with the presentation that they had. Of course, they didn't have enough time to share that, but I wanted to take a second to continue to empower them, because what they did tonight, and as we all know, it can be intimidating, as I'm up here also stuttering a little bit, because it can be intimidating to come in the chambers and come before the commission, but just really proud of the young leaders that we have, and they are listening. And as we heard tonight, it's so important for young people to get involved, to come out and to just be heard. And I'm just really proud of them and wanted to take a second tonight to just kind of embrace that and also let them know how proud I am of them as well. So thank you.
Okay, clerk.
We
we
do
have
have
any-
hands raised online.
We do have hands? Okay, I'll let you run that.
Thank you. Our first speaker, Strawberry Hill Association. You'll need to unmute, identify yourself for the record, please.
Hi, this is Rose Iltz, neighborhood. Live on 4th Street. Can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Okay, so I just wanted to kind of speak on behalf of our little neighborhood. Not sure if I'm meeting your guidelines. I actually, anyway, I'll just say what I say and you can listen to it or not. We'd really like to see an increase in the budget for animal services. They need more space, more officers, more training. There's way too many loose dogs in our neighborhood and people are afraid to go out for a walk, literally. Also need to increase the budget for codes enforcement. Our neighborhoods are overrun with slumlords and they need to be held accountable. I have a long list of them. And on the income side, I'm very pro earnings tax. If you live in and work in Wyandotte County, you do not pay an earnings tax, but if you earn income in Wyandotte County but live anywhere else, you pay 1%. So that's my 2 cents. Thanks for letting me talk.
We have no other hands raised online.
Thank you, Clerk. Do any members of the commission have any comments or questions? Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a acknowledgement. I want to thank Angel for her recognizing, and I want to thank you too. I apologize, I cannot remember your names, for coming out tonight, as it does take a lot to come before a governing body and to be passionate about something and to fight for it. I can tell you care about this community, you care about our parks. It's known I have a very big heart for our parks department. And so thank you for wanting to be involved. You are the future. And so I hope you can work alongside your friends and help them get involved as well, because it's you and you guys are the future. And so thank you, Angel, for giving them opportunity to be involved and to just be involved in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Stites.
Stites, District 7. Reggie, if you can, one of the, I think it was Ms. Hicks brought up the simulator. Who wrote those questions?
Budget office did work with like departments, so budget office wrote them and we work with departments to write those questions.
Okay. So,
and when I say wrote the questions, like come up with trade-offs, like if we cut this certain amount of money from the budget, this is the trade-off of what the cut would look like.
Are there other budget simulators that are out there that we might be able to look at, comparing their questions to our questions that are being asked, and then see about maybe implementing them into ours? So maybe it doesn't appear to some that it was, skewed the way that they are.
So I haven't looked at this year, but I know Johnson County does a budget simulator. Also, the city of Kansas City, Missouri, they do budget simulators also. So those are something that we could show examples of, and they are very similar to ours.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a response to Mr. Carl. I did ask for that information, and then I think Commissioner Burrows had asked for that information. We did get that information, and maybe we should have that updated for this year. So we asked for it. We received it, I know, in a prior budget series, and we could certainly probably look at it again.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Hill.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the couple of times I've heard individuals say, be more transparent. And so one of the things they mentioned was the pilot tax, and where does that money go? Is there a way we can get that information and get that out to the public?
Yes, there is a way we can do a breakdown, but also I will share that the pilot is for this year, for 2024's budget, is like a $39 million budget, and it goes straight into the city general fund. So all the departments that are funded by the city general fund are funded by that portion of the pilot. So I mean, and let me just say, I can't think of right off top of my head how much of the police department's budget comes from the city general fund, let's just say 35% of the police department's budget comes from the city general fund, 35% of their budget would come from the pilot of that $39 million. But we definitely can give a breakout of like how much goes. And so that pilot, it funds like all the departments within the city general fund. And it's like a deposit into the city general fund that helps fund all those departments there.
Okay, because the only reason I'm asking is because we hear it regularly. We're not being transparent. We don't know where the money's going. So this would be an opportunity where we could reveal that information, because that's something the constituents consistently asked about.
And it would be something similar like property tax goes into the city general fund, sales tax goes into the city general fund, and all those end up helping fund all the departments within the city general fund. But we can definitely provide a breakout.
Thank you.
I think it's tough for Reggie to come up here and promise that he'll say that 35%. Understand that it all goes into the general fund, and we are very transparent by saying X% of the general fund pays for this department's budget, this department's budget, this department's budget. So it goes into a pool. I know we had discussions with BPU's management, and they're trained to look at the revenue from an enterprise fund. They have only two sources of revenue. It's water fees and electric fees. And the electric fees have to cover all costs for the electric system. Water fees cover all costs for the water system. Well, what we get from them goes into our general fund, and we can't say that it's going 35% to the police. It's going to be variable for every year. So it goes into the general fund, and we're transparent of how that general fund in its entirety is budgeted. We also show with Reggie's pie charts that the general fund is made out of X% of BPU, how much is local property taxes, how much are fees, blah, blah, blah. So we do have all that data in that, but we can't say that you can infer 35%. If 35% of our general fund is BPU pilot, I mean, you could infer that every department's general fund budget is 35% from the BPU. But it's the general fund pays for things that do not pay for themselves. That's the theory, that's the definition of the general fund. And it gets funded from various sources. So we can continue how we've been presenting it to you. And we can have a little more discussion about that, but it's not a fixed percentage.
Thank you, Administrator. Commissioner Stites.
Stice District 7, but what we can say is that 100% of the pilot goes into the Kansas City, Kansas general fund, correct? Is that what we're said? Okay.
Administrator.
So payments that are made by the other two cities, Bonner Springs and Edwardsville, are going into the Kansas City, Kansas general fund. Is that what we're saying? I think in lies one of the problems that was discussed earlier. They don't have a franchise fee. They're being charged a pilot, and it's going into the Kansas City, Kansas general fund. Thank you.
Bridget, can you speak to that real quick? A little more clarity. People might understand how that applies to Edwardsville.
And I may let David talk to that if
Administrator. It doesn't matter.
They get a service from BPU, and the agreement and the laws that govern BPU is that it goes into KCK's general fund. So we're just following the rules of the game. Now, if you want to talk about changing those, that's always an item up for discussion.
And I'm guessing KCK pays a pilot?
The citizens pay the pilot.
And then at what, do we have franchise fees?
That's the pilot.
Do we have franchise fees with other utilities? Atmos gas.
If you have
company?
gas, there's a
We do.
franchise fee.
Bonner Springs and Edwardsville do not.
Evergy, you do not have a franchise fee on your bill. I think
No,
you do.
for BPU.
Well, if they get a service from BPU, they have a franchise fee.
We do not. They do not. Maybe that's one of the things that you guys can discuss when you get together with those administration offices with both
Okay.
cities.
Those are good questions to look at.
Just real quick on that note, I have to agree that the city of Edwardsville is its own municipality. And if they're receiving a service, I don't know if their city has set up a franchise fee in their ordinance. I don't know what that looks like. I don't know from my research, I don't know if legal has that sitting in front of them. If there is an ordinance or it's in the charter that mandates that we don't pay City of Edwardsville what would normally go to a municipality, a franchise fee from the services they're getting from our utility. And not unlike Evergy in Johnson County, if you have several cities and all the residents in all those different cities use Evergy, each city might have its own set franchise fee. I'm not sure how that works, but whatever that would be, I assume. And that's more of a question, would go back to that jurisdiction where those services are being used. And if that's the case, then I would propose to this commission that we need to have a real conversation when you talk about equity and fairness and just doing the right thing. Because this is its own municipality. We should, and that goes back to looking at our policies and our charter ordinance, making sure that the residents in Edwardsville are afforded the same level of return that is afforded to those residents in Kansas City, Kansas, if that's appropriate.
I'd just like to add also Bonner Springs.
And Bonner. Administrator?
For clarity purposes, I think it's right that if we are receiving a BPU pilot from people not living within the KCK, we'll look into that. And if that's a practice that should be stopped, we'll stop it. Okay. I think that's the crux of Commissioner Stites' question.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
As well as mine. So thank you, Administrator.
Well, you were in a different wavelength.
All right. Commissioner Lopez.
Yeah, is the 2023 audit available? And is the BPU audit 2023 available?
Shelley Knieven, the Chief Financial Officer, and yes, BPU's 23 audit is available. I have a copy and glad to share it with the commission. For the unified government, our audit is not complete and our goal is to be done by July 31. That's our goal.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Bonner.
Thank you, Ms. Knieven, if you could stay nearby. I don't mean to complicate it, but the pilot is not a franchise tax. It is a percentage of the gross revenue of the Board of Public Utilities. And so if Bonner buys water, that's revenue. If Edwardsville is paying a pilot, I'm not sure, frankly, Commissioner Stites, you'll have to remind me how it is Edwardsville has the pilot on their bill. It's on your individual bill, isn't it? Right. Different from Bonner Springs. I'm just trying to clarify that when we had our discussions about the pilot, you helped us to understand that the BPU's revenue is more than just water and lights. And some of that more is power they sell or water they sell to other places. So I just wanted you to clarify that I heard that correctly. You're the CFO, not me. So, but I think it's an important clarification.
Yes, I agree. And yes, you're correct. This is actually a charge to BPU on their gross operating revenues. This is not a surcharge like it looks like it is on the customer bills. So as a distinction, I've been gathering a lot more data and hope to be able to share that soon, that list out all the different ways that they get revenue, where the pilot is applied. And that can apply, for example, they sell water to Water One, which serves communities in Johnson County, and the pilot is collected on that. So it is a variety of things that they have. About a third of it, though, is residential in terms of, in the unified government in the county proper, which includes some of the cities, but it's my understanding it doesn't include all of the cities. Because I know we heard also a presentation tonight that one of the cities is providing some of their own water. So I sent a note right over when you guys were asking that question to quantify of those communities, how many residential and how many non-residential different customer accounts, if you will, do they have, so that we can provide you some information. But a piece of it is to also understand that, an infrastructure like power and water doesn't start and stop at a border. Okay, it does for a utility that provides for a jurisdiction, but all of the infrastructure to get the power out to other communities, all of that is part of their cost of doing business. So it's not just whatever is being provided within the city boundaries of, say, Edwardsville, but there's all the transmission lines, there's all of the lift stations, all of these other things. So it's just to put that a little bit in context, but also we need to quantify so that you guys have some good information about that. So I hope I answered your question.
Thank you very much.
Mhm.
And just to follow up real quick, thank you. Working with our administrator, and I know we're working with our general manager at BPU, as well as some of the talks I've had, I want to reassure this commission and the public that this conversation about the pilot and the pilot on the bills, if we continue down this pathway and we believe that we're going in the right direction, and it's validated, no one might even see moving forward the pilot on their bill. And I think that's the goal. And I think it'll be a win for this commission. It'll be a win, more importantly, for our residents. And so this conversation about pilot and franchise fee will totally be a viewpoint moving forward. I'm cautiously optimistic that that will happen. And I think that's something that I know this commission over the last couple of years since I've been mayor, they've been open to. And me working with our new county administrator, he's really done a deep dive and really just appreciate Mr. David Johnson and his team, both in finance and budget. They are really working hard. They hear not only this commission, they hear this community, and they're trying to meet and exceed those expectations and find solutions. And that's one of the areas that I've given a call to action. And I think that stay tuned, but I think anybody that's watching, I think that you're going to find a solution in regards to the pilot moving forward. Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just very quickly, Dr. Knieven said something very meaningful. She said that the pilot is a charge on the BPU's revenue. So it should not be a charge on the residents. I'll repeat that again. The BPU pilot is a charge on BPU's revenues and should not be a charge on the resident. And so I know, and it is. And so that is something we need to look into and fix and correct. And I just wanted to point that out as that was a meaningful thing to say, Doctor. So thank you.
I'd like to say, Commissioner, we don't agree on a lot, but I can tell you that's one thing I can tell you we agree on. And that's exactly what I'm talking about when you talk about gross net and then what is actually being charged. And I have talked to some of our colleagues at BPU that may create some challenges for them. But if you look at the charter, and this is one of the things that I've been in talks with some of the other commissioners and our administrator is, there's nothing in the charter, ordinance, state law, anywhere that says there has to be a pilot on the bill. It basically says that BPU gives us their gross revenues, however, and we get our 11.9%. And if exactly what you said, however they get that to pay this unified government their 11.9%, that's their business. But at the end of the day, our residents shouldn't see that impact, that there might be a perception that they're paying that as opposed to unified government paying. So you are correct.
I'm watching for lightning from that comment that you made to Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you. Commissioner Burns.
Yeah, I just would like to make one comment. The BPUs is just an arm of the unified government, or am I wrong? I hope the BPU keeps that in mind. Thank you.
All right. That's a good conversation, and the administrator noted to me that there's a lot more work to do in that regard. But we are moving, and we do have a lot of challenges, and I want anybody that's watching out here in the public, and I can tell you that our administrator and our staff, and I'm going to keep hitting this home, they get it. And if they didn't get it, they are getting it, and they are trying to find solutions to these problems. They hear you. This administrator, one reason that I hired him was because of his economic development expertise, as well as his financial expertise. And I can tell you that that's one of the areas, is the pilot. And the next thing they're going to do is they're really going to be working with this commission I can't guarantee anybody that you're going to see huge property tax reductions, but what you can see, and they're working on, is to give this commission options for relief, or at least put a pressure point on the huge increases that we know are a burden to our seniors on fixed incomes and our hardworking families, some that have to work 2 jobs to make ends meet. So just know that staff is working, and take the politics out of it. Things are being done. And I want people just to be mindful of that we are working to find these solutions. And so all these commission meetings that so many of you have come to, and you've demanded that this commission listen about tax reduction in BPU, trust me, that I believe that I'm cautiously optimistic that those things are going to be realized as the months and the years ahead progress. So, Clerk, do we have any that's the end of the public comment, and thank you, commissioners. That takes us to our standing committee agenda. The only item under the standing committee agenda is approval of a resolution waiving certain fees related to new construction of residential housing east of 78th Street for a period of 5 years. This item was served by the Neighborhood and Community Development Standing Committee chaired by Commissioner Davis. He's absent, but I will ask Commissioner Bynum, who assigned him to that committee, to make some remarks.
Thank you, Mayor. We did ask for it to fast track to tonight because we think it's important to get this moving. At the end of 2023, this particular resolution expired. And so we brought it back forward to give it new life. And what we're asking for here is a renewal of a resolution that allows certain fees related to new construction to be waived for a period of time. That period of time that we are proposing is 5 years with a 2-year review. And the 2 years was what was adopted last time. We're saying extend it to 5, but definitely review it in 2 to see the effects of it. And just to clarify, the fees would be related to new residential infill housing east of 78th Street, specifically though where existing sewer is already in place. So not completely greenfield, infill housing. And the fees that would be waived are building permit, electrical, mechanical, plumbing, driveway sewer connection fee, lateral sewer connection fee. So, council, did I leave anything out?
Wendy Green, Deputy Chief Counsel. No, but I do want to clarify that the 2-year review period isn't in the resolution. What we discussed at the standing committee was that the standing committee would ask for a presentation on after 2 years to see how successful it has been and to
That's
look
right.
at the metrics within the resolution to see what the success is.
Thank you. That's right. Appreciate that. But we are asking for a 5-year resolution. And I would make a motion to adopt.
Thank you. Before we do that, Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I know Commissioner Davis isn't here, he's the chair, but one of his questions and type of discussion we had was the performance metrics that are in the resolution or in the ordinance, the resolution. And you know, he asked questions of how staff came up with the performance metrics. And one of the part of the discussion was during these 5 years, you know, looking at what are other ways that we can measure how this resolution is doing. So these performance measurements that are in there are not finite, they're not set in stone. They can change over time, but these were just the ones that staff felt could provide the best information to us at the time.
Thank you, Commissioner. Just for a little clarity, you've heard it from myself and probably other commissioners. One of the reasons why we're doing this is, number one, this is really designed to spur investment in residential properties east of 78th Street. It's about expanding our tax base. We know that we have a lot of needs. We know people keep talking about tax relief. Well, the thing is, we need to anchor people in Wyandotte County and get them to be individuals that are contributing to the tax base. And so we have to incentivize that, and the commission has agreed. BPU, the board, extended that cooperation with an incentive package to coincide with this for 2 years. The initial thought, recommendation I gave to the task force was 10. What was before was 2. And so the task force under the leadership of Commissioner Davis came to the middle and said, let's do 5. And so, and it coincides with land bank properties. And I believe that that part of the policy, correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner Bynum, should be at the next commission meeting, but it all coincides with what we're doing here tonight. It's really about expanding economic development opportunities for developers and giving them incentives that makes it more attractive for them to be able to do so on these land bank properties in collaboration with our Board of Public Utilities. Commissioner Stites.
Stites District 7. I'm just curious to the Commissioner Bynum, how did 78th Street become the line? I mean, was it 68th or, I mean, why wasn't it
Actually,
58th or 98th or 108th?
that part didn't change. It had, within the BPU resolutions that they adopted, they had said actually east of 635 with some possible exceptions for east of 78th. The east of 78th in this resolution was the same as what had been adopted in 2021. So we didn't change that part at all.
Do we know why back then?
I think it's
the 78th
because we're
Street?
trying to encourage land bank usage for one. And we really weren't aware of a lot of infill housing needs west of 78th.
And I guess the only thing that I would say there is if there was vacant land bank property that was for residential west of that 78. So maybe it could have, and I'm not here to try to change the order, that it says that any land bank property where there's going to be a residential property built could be excluded from this fees.
My recommendation would be to look at that in addition. This is not specific to land bank property, but it did have land bank property in mind.
Thank you, Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just quickly for Commissioner Stites, for historical purposes, I believe this was originally adopted in 2021. So just to give that historical background.
Thank you, Commissioner Lopez.
Yeah, just real quick, I was just kind of going over the numbers, but 2021, from 2021 to 2023, that they were waived, they're waived a little over 39,000. Is this just gonna be a way for BPU to, oh, hey, we were out this money because we did this, so we're gonna raise everybody else's rates? Is that I'm just asking, is that something that you think that they would probably want to do?
I'll speak to that. I don't, just my conversations with some of our elected members on the board, as well as the general manager. I have not gotten information. That's the practice. I believe that they budget accordingly to having these incentive programs. They're already within their budget season, and they passed this, I want to say, probably a couple, don't quote me on it, but a couple board meetings ago within that range. And so, and that didn't require, part of that, Commissioner, didn't involve them raising rates to offset this incentive package.
Okay, because I was just wanting to know, because like at my lot, I have power, but I don't have water. And I was gonna dig the trench, do everything I need to do to the main, and BPU wanted to hit me for like 5,500 to do like a 10-minute tap, which was, that was crazy.
Well, just on that note, I'd just like to share, since we are talking about BPU and the questions that have come up, just in my research, and our administrator mentioned it, I believe that Commissioner Burns mentioned it. At the end of the day, BPU reports to this commission, this body. And you all have every opportunity to work with myself and the administrator. If you see something that doesn't reflect the values or what you think where BPU should be today, you have the opportunity as the true owners of the Board of Utilities to mandate policies to the board that they wouldn't have any choice but to follow. So if there's things like that, that's things that we can work on and have conversation. We're also talking about economic development. I just want to share this because it's really relevant. You all passed in December of last year, east of 635, a revitalization and redevelopment ordinance, and it's an actual ordinance. Each one of you have been tasked to assign someone to a task force of economic development professionals to look at how to revitalize the Northeast, downtown, the hills, the bottoms, East Argentine and Armourdale, the rivers, both Kansas and Missouri, and it's being led by our administrator and our Wyandotte County Economic Development Corporation Executive Director. One of the things to solidify and prop that up, and legal is working on that now, and it will go to Commissioner Burrows' standing committee for review and hopefully approval, is another incentive package just for that area that would waive, the recommendation will be to waive any fees in that area to spur economic development, because we know a lot of developers, for a variety of reasons, have said it's not favorable and it's not a good business practice. It doesn't make good business sense for them to invest in those areas. And so working with BPU, as well as what this proposal will do will hopefully be that seed to spur the types of developments that can hopefully bring about a resurgent KCK and expand our tax base. So that's something that Commissioner Burrows will be leading at his committee. Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just, Commissioner Bynum had made a motion for approval and I would just second.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, clerk roll call.
Roll call, Lopez,
No.
Stites, Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows, Burns,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Hill, Kane, motion carries.
Thank you. That takes us to the administrator's agenda. And we have one item on the administrator's agenda, which is authorizing to execute a memorandum of understanding with the union, with a union. I'll give it to our county administrator, Mr. David Johnson, for remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The negotiations pretty much focused on developing a 3-year pay raise program. And what has been agreed by the union and management and is looking for your approval on the handout. This handout's kind of screwy, but if you go to behind the signature page is the chart. And what we're saying is a 3-year agreement that includes calendar year 24, 25, and 26, and for each year, a 3% raise. That's it.
Before I entertain those motions, we do have a question from Commissioner Bynum.
No, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion? There's a motion and a second, clerk roll call.
Roll call, Lopez,
Aye.
Stites, Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows, Burns,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Hill, Kane, motion carries.
Thank you, clerk. We have no further business on tonight's agenda. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, there's a motion and a second to adjourn. Clerk roll call.
Roll call, Lopez,
Aye.
Stites, Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows, Burns,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Kane, motion carries.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Good night. Bye-bye. Got all that stuff over there too. Yeah, it was fun.